justa. Nosso presente é uma energia justa. Pra cada um dos brasileiros justa. Essa energia é a gente que faz.
Sabia que a Petrobras é quem mais investe em transição energética no Brasil?
Não é à toa que é a empresa mais inovadora do nosso país.
A Petrobras é líder na transição energética justa. Justa para todos, justa para você.
Petrobras, o Brasil é a nossa energia.
Justa!
A FINEP vive um momento único e intensificou nos últimos 3 anos o apoio à pesquisa, ao desenvolvimento tecnológico e à inovação. Mas o desafio é claro, levar essas oportunidades a quem transforma ideias em soluções em todas as regiões do Brasil. Para isso, nasce o FINEP pelo Brasil, uma jornada nacional de eventos presenciais, com a meta de alcançar 100 cidades. FINEP, inovação que transforma o Brasil.
Sabe quando o futuro do Brasil acontece?
Quando o campo abastece,
Acontece.
e o forno se aquece,
Acontece.
o país inteiro cresce,
O futuro acontece.
a construção resplandece,
Acontece.
e a carga sobe e desce.
Acontece.
Nossa gente se fortalece.
O futuro acontece.
O futuro acontece com o BNDES.
Isso é bom para todo mundo. BNDES, Brasil, União e Reconstrução.
Tem o som que vem da rua, tem cinema no sertão, tem criança no ginásio com talento de montão, tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil em ação.
O governo do Brasil está do lado da cultura, do esporte, do meio ambiente, da ciência, da educação, da inclusão e do povo brasileiro. É assim que o desenvolvimento chega, a oportunidade vira realidade e o nosso país avança. Tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil.
Inovar hoje não é só criar, é chegar a tempo. A Embrapi existe porque a inovação é urgente, um modelo pensado para encurtar o caminho entre pesquisa e vida real. Os desafios vêm das empresas, a solução da ciência. Nós conectamos quem precisa inovar com quem sabe fazer. A Embrapi direciona o potencial nacional de pesquisa para um futuro tão tecnológico e inovador quanto brasileiro.
Interpretar cenários, prever tendências e liderar a mudança. Este é o DNA do Itaú. São décadas desenvolvendo um modo de trabalhar que impulsiona a evolução. Em 2025, a inclinação do Itaú em buscar o novo e transformar a realidade do setor consolidou o nascimento do ICTI, o Instituto de Ciência e Tecnologia do Itaú. O ICTI é um movimento que conecta o mundo acadêmico, pesquisadores e especialistas do mercado para pensar e trabalhar juntos, para prever cenários e as tecnologias dos próximos anos, consolidando o Instituto como lugar para se pensar, capacitar e fomentar inovação. Feito de futuro.
O ICTI tem a missão de desenvolver e fomentar tecnologias que possam ser incorporadas nos nossos produtos e serviços, e o grande objetivo dele no final é abreviar o ciclo entre pesquisa e criação de produto.
Com o ICTI, surge um ambiente robusto de inovação, voltado para o avanço de novas pesquisas e transformação dessas descobertas em soluções inovadoras, fortalecendo todo o ecossistema ao gerar impacto em todas as frentes. Com mais de 50 pesquisas ativas em inteligência artificial, computação quântica, machine learning, entre outras frentes, o Instituto apoia mais de 80 pesquisadores em parceria com as principais universidades do Brasil e do mundo. A força do ICTI e seus esforços já começam a impactar o mercado e ser parte da realidade. É com conhecimento e informação que se abrem novas fronteiras, se desvendam desafios complexos e surgem novas realidades.
Time flies, and so do we. That's why we are ready for the future, right now. That once impossible dream that took off from a dirt runway in the heart of Brazil now soars across all continents with aircraft renowned for their efficiency, quality, and safety. We have cultivated generations of talent, establishing ourselves at the forefront of global technological development. Our innovative solutions are present in space, air, sea, land, and cyberspace. And we are developing technologies for a new world, following a consistent flight plan towards sustainable growth, honoring the history of challenges and the people who brought us here. Embraer.
Olá, muito bom dia! Iniciamos agora o segundo dia do 11º Congresso de Inovação da Indústria. Depois de uma jornada dedicada à geopolítica, à transição ecológica e à transformação digital, hoje
and talk about the uses that make this possible. We are going to have hybrid format with live broadcast on CNI's YouTube, and we're going to start in a couple of minutes.
Algumas transformações mudam o rumo da indústria. E quando acontece algo revolucionário na indústria, tudo mais na sociedade é impactado. Quando muda a forma como produzimos, também muda a forma como competimos e a maneira como imaginamos o futuro da humanidade. O mundo está em um desses momentos de imensa transformação histórica. Basta reparar como as transições ecológica e digital estão redesenhando cadeias produtivas, tecnologias e os mercados em geral. Como as indústrias se tornam mais limpas, inteligentes e melhor conectadas. Nesse novo cenário, poucos países reúnem condições tão singulares quanto o Brasil, que é rico em biodiversidade estratégica, que tem energia limpa em abundância e uma base industrial diversificada, complexa. Além disso, nosso país dispõe de centros de ciência e inovação, transbordando talento e empreendedorismo. Hoje, vivemos em um país com ativos reais para liderar uma nova etapa da indústria global. Mas para transformar potencial, precisamos de mais do que recursos abundantes. Exige visão, decisão, conexão. É por isso que este congresso existe. Há mais de uma década, ele reúne as vozes que pensam o futuro da indústria brasileira. Empresários, pesquisadores, empreendedores, especialistas e lideranças públicas. Aqui, ideias se encontram, experiências se conectam e novas agendas para o futuro tomam forma. Nos últimos meses, a Jornada Nacional de Inovação percorreu o país. Foram 50 cidades, centenas de encontros, centenas de vozes e revelou algo poderoso. A inovação brasileira já está em movimento. Nas indústrias, nos laboratórios e nas startups espalhadas por nosso vasto território. O desafio agora é transformar esse movimento em escala, transformar conhecimento em competitividade e inovação em desenvolvimento. Sejam bem-vindos ao 11º Congresso de Inovação da Indústria, onde as ideias, descobertas e talentos se encontram para fazer o novo futuro da indústria. Um futuro que nasce de integração, porque inovar é coexistir. E coexistir é o verbo da era ecológica e digital.
Bom dia, sejam todos muito bem-vindos.
Good morning and welcome to the second day of the 11th Industry Innovation Congress. My name is Viviane Costa, I am a journalist, and I'll be with you in this Roberto Simonsen stage for another program. The event is organized by CNI and SEBRAE, and it's an initiative of the May. And as co-presenters, we have Instituto Evado Lodge, SENAI, the National Service of Commerce, and the strategic support of MCTI from the government of Brazil. Diamond sponsorship from the Embrapi and the financing agency FINEP and Petrobras. Gold sponsorship from Embraer and from Boticário Group and from Bosch, National Bank of Development, Rockwell Automation, Siemens, Itaú, Natura, and Vale. Institutional support from the OECD system and INPI. In alignment with ESG practices, we have adopted some practices to reduce environmental impact in terms of waste collection and impact. We have simultaneous translation available, and if you need to listen to the translation, please get the headsets right beside the auditorium. Along the panels, we'll have interactions with the audience. You can also participate by submitting your questions using the QR code you see on screen. And if there is enough time, the moderator will entertain your questions. In order to participate, all you have to do is to send in your contribution. We're also live on YouTube's CNI channel, and we welcome everyone who's watching us on the internet. Yesterday, we discussed the strategic positioning of Brazil in the new economy. And today we're going to talk more in depth of the mechanisms that support this transition. So let's start with the first keynote of the day. Security in the digital transformation of industry. The industry is more and more connected. And in a context of cyber threats that are increasing, security means strategy. It's important to ensure resilience and business continuity together with global competitiveness. For this presentation, I would like to invite now the VP of Digital Operations Security at Rockwell Automation, Mr. George Young.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much for the invitation to open your session today. It's a pleasure to be here in Brazil, and today I want to talk about our exciting, scary world. So we're going to talk about the opportunities that digital and artificial intelligence offer, the innovation in manufacturing, but then also the challenges to protect our interests with cybersecurity. The two things have to go hand in hand. So, a little bit about me. Sorry, I didn't wear my hat today. In Texas, where I'm from, I live in Houston, I would probably wear my Stetson, but I don't know if that's really the norm in Brazil. I am the Vice President of secure digital operations for Rockwell Automation. And it's important, and I'll end my talk about why it's important to think about cybersecurity, digital, and AI together. It's all data-driven, and you kind of have to think of those things together because you have to manage simultaneously the opportunity and the threat. So my talk will be divided into, it's a short talk, so hopefully no one will fall asleep. It'll be divided into several quick sections. We're going to look at the importance of cyber. There's a lot about it. Whenever there's a cyber attack, it makes the news. We're going to talk about the real impact that artificial intelligence has made in the digital world, the so-called convergence of IT and OT, and how it's transforming manufacturing. Then we're going to talk about steps that need to be taken toward having a responsible and secure future. And then I'll talk about an organizational construct that I think can help us get it there. So the interesting thing about cybersecurity, it is, like I said, it's in the news. And for manufacturing, it's a very real and potent threat. So we have some statistics up here. You can see that the average cyber attack costs an enterprise $5.5 million. You can see that ransomware attacks on cybersecurity ransomware attacks on manufacturing have increased significantly. And particularly concerning is that most of the attacks on manufacturing facilities are state-sponsored. So our intelligence says that about 80% of the attacks are state-sponsored, which means that these are directed, carefully calculated attacks aimed at either extorting money or causing great damage. In places like Brazil, where manufacturing is on the rise and we have a real strength in petrochemical, chemical, and mining, cybersecurity is of paramount importance. The other thing that is happening is that there's a real dearth, a real scarcity of people. So, today I'm going to talk about cyber, digital, data, but don't forget that the most important thing to making all of this work is the human being, both in its governance and its execution and development of talent. Now, I've articulated the challenge with cybersecurity for manufacturing. It's also important to note that artificial intelligence, the digital transformation, what you hear about Industry 4.0 or Industry 5.0, it's a real thing. It's having real impact. And behind me, you can see a number of different areas. I'm not going to go through every one of these examples, but I've organized the places where AI is having the highest impact in manufacturing. Some of the examples that I've chosen include, say, digital twins. And digital twin is a bit of a catchphrase. Some people are tired of its use. But digital twins are being used in two important ways in innovation and manufacturing. On the front end, companies are doing virtual design, what we call digital product collaboration. We're building virtual prototypes rather than building the physical model. One of my clients that I'm allowed to mention by name is Nike. And with Nike, we've taken the design of their apparel and footwear, and we've helped, using digital methods, transform what was a lengthy process with a lot of physical prototypes. We've reduced it and made it practically a virtual process, which has reduced the time to market by 50% for them. And in consumer products, getting to market quickly is the main determinant of success. The other place, we have a rebirth of manufacturing around the globe, particularly in Latin America. We're building more and more plants to make things. The quicker we can get these plants online, the faster that we can begin to realize profit and production. So using digital twins to build virtual representations of operations in the plant and the total plant, and to train operators as the plant is being built, helps increase the safety of the plant once it goes live and reduces the time to value to deliver the plant. So behind me you see also other great examples of better sustainability through using less energy. When we use generative AI and also neural networks, we can optimize our yields in production, reduce our energy consumption, and reduce the impact on the environmental footprint. So again, there has been great advances. People are really realizing value from the so-called Industrial Revolution 4.0. Now, the problem is that when you're introducing artificial intelligence, when you're introducing new networks, new access points into plants, you are also exponentially increasing what we call in the cybersecurity world the attack surface. Many people in cybersecurity have a background in military, so I will apologize in advance that you'll hear a lot of military analogies, but that's what we call it, the attack surface. So you see here, we are putting in connectivity. We're connecting things that haven't been connected. Anytime you connect things, if you get a bad actor and they can get into one thing, and this thing is connected to lots of things, they can do more damage. Another thing is when artificial intelligence programs are launched, there's almost always an improper analysis of the new risks and vulnerabilities that will introduce into the system. One of the key things to think about in cybersecurity is vulnerability. Threat detection is one thing. That means, uh-oh, I'm under attack. But really protecting yourself means that you have to be thinking that you could be under attack all the time, and you have to constantly, just as I grew up in a chemical plant. We were always looking for failure modes and places where we could have a safety incident. You have to have the same kind of diligence and focus with cybersecurity. What can this new initiative do, not just on the opportunity scale, but on the threat scale? And what new vulnerabilities does it introduce? So these are the two things that you have to manage at the same time. And so for the bulk of my talk, I'm going to talk about the importance of data in human beings. If we're going to be able to simultaneously connect and protect the enterprise, to realize the value of artificial intelligence, but keep our assets, our people, and our intellectual property safe, we have to think in terms of human beings and data, governance, and at the core of everything, it's data and the mathematics to process the data. So here's a framework to think about. And this is where, as an executive with Rockwell Automation, I'm kind of biased because the data starts at the machines, at the sensing, at what we call the edge. So operational technology to, from the data, create information. Information is organized data. If you are familiar with AI, the way most AI works, especially natural language processing, large language and small language models is that data is compiled into blocks of like things. We're making chunks of information. Those chunks of information can then be translated into intelligence. And this is the unlock of AI. If we can begin to notice anomalies, if we can begin to notice similarities, if we can begin to notice relationships in this enormous set of data, then we can develop causal effects. We can begin to understand, if I vary this, I can get this outcome. So intelligence allows us to achieve outcomes. We want to achieve secure outcomes, and we want to achieve outcomes that advance the goals of the enterprise. Another term that you'll hear a lot in discussion of AI is context. So people will talk about contextualized data. That's what happens to make intelligence. So we start with raw data. We then organize the data into information. We contextualize it to drive intelligence. And then from that, this is where the human being comes in. Everything in the human condition revolves around storytelling. Telling effective stories. You know, you all know this. If you want to advance an initiative, if you want to achieve funding, if you want to launch a new product, you have to take those 3 pieces of data that come before it, and you have to make it human by telling a story. That's how we approach simultaneously cyber and AI. And here's a contextual framework that we use to simultaneously analyze opportunity and threat. So we start with the asset data. I talked about that. Then by organizing the data into those chunks, we can figure out what's the operational impact. That's the next step. That then, when you prioritize it and contextualize it, you can simultaneously analyze risk and opportunity. Now, the last one, I will say, is pretty much focused on cyber. Because of the fact that there are many different attack vectors, and because of the fact that the people that perpetuate cyber attacks are constantly improving, you need to do the same thing. So you need to be using, just as they're using AI to probe your systems, you need to be using AI to mount defense. You need to have multiple layers of defense, segmentation, and other things that keep your data secure. So one of the things that we talk about is building various layers of defense around the enterprise to protect it. By having this kind of analysis, you develop insights. You can contextualize the risks. So up here I've shown risks and opportunities organized by various types, and then you can identify the causes, the root cause of whatever outcome or problem that you're looking at. So these insights then lead you to be able to affect outcomes in security, manufacturing. I've listed some of the positive things you can develop there, and then some of the digital technologies that help you get there. So this is just, I think, a simple human framework for you to process. This is what we apply when we're working to protect ourselves at Rockwell Automation and to protect our clients while simultaneously delivering those positive outcomes in manufacturing. So I'll wrap up by talking about a couple things. First, some things that need to happen. This is kind of my wish list. And it's difficult because, again, human beings are involved. So some of the things that need to happen is, first of all, with data. Industry organizations and other quasi-governmental organizations can really help by, and we in various industrial sectors can help by collaborating to develop reference data architectures. There are common data architectures. Those should be published and shared because that will help us achieve sustainability, better manufacturing outcomes, and cybersecurity. A very interesting topic is an agreement on the ethical use of AI. And this is a collaboration between the leaders in industry and the leaders in government. You've seen a lot written about it. I think there has to be a global agreement, which is difficult, as we know, to achieve. Systems should be designed with open architecture. One of the biggest problems to realizing benefit is that a lot of companies try to develop a monolithic architecture to protect their IP, to protect their interests. In today's world, I think you have to throw that kind of thinking out. You have to succeed by innovating faster than everybody else. And if you develop open architectures, and if you're a leader in developing open architectures, you'll gain more market share. So collaboration driven by open architecture is critically important. The last thing that you have to do, and this is where government comes into the equation, is you need to be able to collaborate with regulators. So regulators, like I'll use the example of the United States, the Food and Drug Administration, we're helping our clients develop digital twins to predict things like microbiological growth so that we can reduce the need for physical testing and introduce virtual testing. And there are a number of other places where we're doing that. In order to do that, you've got to prove the technology to the regulators and as well as the industry. So collaboration with regulators can be done, it should be done, and we need to have active government involvement in helping with the strategic direction of both cybersecurity regulations and ethical use of AI. So governments need to get involved, and frankly, the people in government probably need to come up to speed more quickly on what is exactly happening out there. Last slide on my talk is how we have organized within Rockwell Automation. I think it's a good way to share and to, I think anyone can benefit from this kind of organizational construct. So we are organized by industry because every industry is a little bit different. Every industry, like I said, has its own reference data architecture, which is critical to both connecting and protecting the organization. You should also think about the entire digital thread, the entire organization, from the creation of data in product development and R&D, to the commercialization of product, to the manufacturing of the product, and the distribution of the product. And then within your organization, if you want to have secure digital operations, you need to have people that are strategic, consultative. You need to have people that are very skilled in data science and AI, people that can enable that with technology, and then protect it with cybersecurity. So all of those capabilities, those are the human capabilities that you need to be recruiting for and upskilling within the organization. So that was a very quick overview of cybersecurity and the threat of cybersecurity, the opportunity that we have from artificial intelligence and digital transformation in manufacturing today. Thank you.
Agradecemos ao vice-presidente George Young por suas explicações e gostaríamos de convidar para subir ao palco a ministra da Ciência.
Related to investments for science and technology and models for innovation. I believe that Embrapa had never so many opportunities of development. FINEP as well, with all the investments, they managed to have a capital flow happening because the National Fund for Scientific and Technological Growth exists, and BNDES was able to strengthen its director because of this fund. All these businessmen who are here, Horacio Pivo is here from Yoshpi, they really fought hard in the National Congress to guarantee this national fund. And if this National Fund for Technological and Scientific Development in the past 3 years, managed to provide a 43 billion reais for development, this happens because a specific person, a Minister of Science and Technology, Ms. Luciana Santos, just arriving, she guaranteed and she fought every day effortlessly so that we wouldn't have this loss. Remember, we had this capital flow in the past 3 years. And she didn't leave the ministry, she stayed, she remained, because basically she is extremely important to this agenda of ours. This meeting of this fund, the last meeting of the fund that we had was exactly yesterday in this Congress of Innovation. So I am very proud as a Brazilian to thank very much Minister Luciana Santos for her time here with us. Thank you very much also for your presentation. So tomorrow I'll be free of this cane and this wheelchair. Not tomorrow, but next Wednesday. I will be submitted to a hip surgery, and it's a great pleasure here to me to be in this confederation, in this important Congress. You know very well. You do a follow-up, you know what President Lula has done to resume the agenda that is led by the President of the Republic, our Minister of Education, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, our Vice President, someone who guaranteed several initiatives so that we can have a program of reindustrialization in sustainable technological basis. And the choices that were made for this new Brazilian industry in the 6 missions that we are all involved in placing our government this capacity and all the tools and the installed capacity and all the tools that we have in hand so that we can make this resume worth it. The results are undeniable. In 24, the Brazilian growth was pushed by the transformation industry after 1 decade, actually. And it is with this understanding and with this conviction that the Ministry of Science and Technology has based these actions. Jefferson is a member of our board, and the National Fund for Development of Science and Technology is a long-time fund. It exists since the decade of 1960, is an achievement of this ecosystem of this ministry. It exists since 1969, and since then several new things appeared, even in the basis for the revenue of the fund. The fund comes from the dynamic chains of the Brazilian economy, supporters like oil, gas, water resources, transportation, and like this we have the basis for this fund. And even in the center of this basis we see SIP. And recently we had a threat. We faced a threat, a legal provocation that happened more than 10 years ago, but then it went back to the Supreme Court. It deals with this reaction, but we were able to save by only 1 vote the SIT as the basis of contribution for the FNDCT. And I believe that one of the points that we resumed, that was the PinTech, which is a research that validates or does a follow-up and monitors the result of this application, because we always need to validate if the path, the roads that we are going, if they are valid, if they are taking place. And we did this with IBGE to validate innovation in Brazil. How are we being able, with all the tools, with all the legal frameworks? I see Embrapa that is present here. It's another achievement, EVO, which is an achievement of our structure of science and technology towards innovation. The big challenge is to transform research and development into innovation, products and services, removing science from the role. And throughout this time, somehow, I was able to be present in some achievements of legal frameworks. When I was a federal representative, I did a follow-up of the implementation of MBPI, and in the management of my former professor Sérgio Rezende, also a former Minister of Science and Technology. And we were able to see the creation, the sprouting of this tool that puts together academia and industries. And there are several other instruments also. We have the Lei do Bem, we have the informatics law, but the FNDCT undeniably is the biggest tool that we have to foster science and technology. I also see De La Calheiros over here, director of Embrapa. I can see our Elias Ramos, He's director of innovation of our FINEP, which is the agency that operates the FNCT for many years. It's a case of success. He is an entrepreneur, physics, and manager at the same time, because he's a professor of physics in the University of Sao Paulo, but also an entrepreneur and a manager in several other mandates in science and technology. So this is the path that we have gone through. And once again, I congratulate you all for participating in this Congress that has been consolidated as one of the main spaces. And this is an essential articulation to overcome the challenges of our time. We're in a moment of profound development of a global economy where digital transformation and transition are not isolated trends, but are structuring movements that are redefining the way of producing, competing, and innovating. Historically, by the way, the technologies have been the agents to bring modification. We are living new phenomena and technologies that are cross-cutting. That's why we are also developing and applying the Brazilian plan of artificial intelligence, where we will have computers of high performance to train artificial intelligence, also providing development and qualification for the industry, for the public services. 5 pillars actually here, among which governance of artificial intelligence. So to highlight the aspect of digital transformation, this technology that is disruptive, we are taking care so it has provided to it its own agenda with technological dominion. And it's in this context, with a capacity of generating knowledge, that we will bring the main differential of competitiveness here to the nation. I'm not talking for those who know it, to know the challenge. We cannot have a project, even in these times of great changes in the world geopolitics, when we have a race against the time, we to become competitive and to become self-empowered, we have to overcome our vulnerabilities. And for this, science and technology is essential. To talk about national sovereignty is to talk about technological empowerment. So Brazil brings together many favorable conditions to achieve this agenda. We have the clean energy matrix, enormous biodiversity, and an industrial park with a good potential for modernization. We have to change all of this in innovation, productivity, and added value. And it's exactly in this direction that our Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation has been present, strengthening its instruments to avoid risks, increase investments, and put together companies and universities. We are increasing this with credit, subvention, and investments, creating better conditions so that innovative projects can leave the paper and gain scale. We have mobilized expressive volumes of resources with new calls for the business community, strengthening mechanisms for financing. And as you know, with the full recomposition of these funds, that was an initiative of President Lula in the first quarter of 2023. We had 10 million for half in credit and half in distribution. And in 2023 and 2024, this went to 14.7. And last year, this leaped to 16 point, also 7 in this basis, in this average. And this year, we approved together here in this Congress, in our board of 3 parties. It's the board council is democratic, has a group in companies, academia, and government. We have already approved by the plan of actions and investments, and we are betting this year with almost 18 billion of investment, half credit, half subvention.
Uma novidade importante é que nós temos agora fundo de capitalização.
Now we have a capitalization fund, which is actually, it's part of the credits that are distributed by FINEP. We are going to offer 20 million more to the market at a very competitive rate to really fight against the unacceptable interest rates that are being practiced in the Brazilian market. And this is still not enough, if you consider the need to resume production, high production rates in Brazil. But BNDES is now operating in a counter-cyclical way to offer 20 billion to the market. And this is, of course, for critical minerals, for the energy transition, for defense, and therefore for all disruptive areas that will now be the focus of international disputes. So this is our call. We want to strengthen financing instruments, everything in alignment with the industrial agenda. Digital sustainable chains, the healthcare complex, which for us, this means that we are going to face the second most important deficit in our portfolio, sanitation, housing, because we want to improve urbanization in our cities. I was the mayor of my city, so I know what it means. Digital transformation of industry, bioeconomy, decarbonization, and also any technologies that are of interest for our sovereignty and defense. We'll also invest in human capital. We are upskilling our talent in synergy with the changes underway. We're also focusing on increasing, or rather decreasing, inequality by strengthening the technology ecosystems in the country. We know that innovation doesn't happen in isolation. It requires orchestration, continuity, and a long-term strategic vision. We are deeply convinced of this, and that's why we will offer financial support and also legal security. The building of strategies between the government, the academia, and the business community is key. We want the country to generate wealth and technology to respond to the challenges of our time. Thank you very much. We'll continue to move forward, transforming knowledge into solutions, innovation into competitiveness, and development into a better living condition for our population. Please count on us. What moves our government is the commitment to transformation of the Brazilian reality. And this will only be achieved, will only march in the right direction if we open up for dialogue. This is also one of our beliefs. We want to exchange ideas because it's through these exchanges that we can make a steady path forward. All of this is necessary to really drive transformation so that we can be part of the most innovative chains in the world. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos imensamente a sua
We
participação.
thank your participation, Minister. In spite of all the struggles, you came to honor us with your presence. We wish you a very successful procedure. Thank you very much. Now let's continue with our next panel. The green and digital transition depend on investment, coordinated policies, and risk-reducing instruments. Our challenge is huge. How to structure a development ecosystem that accelerates innovation and increases competitiveness? This is the question. For this debate, we invite to the stage the Superintendent of Energy Transition, Mr. Nitsun Hamatsu, and also the Director of Productive Development of BNDES, Mr. José Luiz Gordon, the Director of Innovation and Institutional Relations at the Embrapi, Igor Manhães Nazaré, and the moderator of this panel, the Chairman of the Board of Yoshpi Maxium, Mr. Dan Yoshpi.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here with you. First of all, I would like to thank CNI and SEBRAE, CEO Alban, Jefferson, thank you very much for inviting me. Just a small correction. Unfortunately, Gordon isn't able to participate today, but we're here with João Peroni. He is also a member of BNDES, and we are here with three key institutions represented in this panel. They are key figures in the debate about innovation in Brazil. And we're going to discuss how to achieve the objectives that were discussed by our Minister, Luciana. And of course, we need very strong instruments for that. This year, I am involved, and I was involved last year in COP30 and also in the preceding years in G20. And in these 2 years, everything that we said is that the two topics that brought us together here, the ecological and digital transitions, are the most important pathways for social and economic development, especially in countries that still want to grow in terms of their development. So I believe that if we are able to make significant strides in these areas, we've been advancing, but there's a lot of room to grow. I think that we'll be able to create a pace of socioeconomic development that will be unrivaled. Of course, industry has much to contribute. It faced some hurdles in the past 3 decades in Brazil, but the two agendas in combination and supported by policies and with the joint work of non-governmental and governmental actors will allow us to create new conditions. And this is precisely what we'll try to discuss here with my fellow panel members. So we have here João Peroni from BNDES. I would like to hear his views on what the bank can do to overcome these challenges. I think that his thoughts will shed light on the challenges and opportunities. Next, we'll also hear the views of our colleagues of FINEP and EMBRAP. And I believe that there will also be a chance for entertaining questions from the audience. We have a procedure for that. If I'm not mistaken, you are allowed to ask questions as well. So let's begin with João. Thank you very much, Dan. Good morning to all. I would like to thank CNI for inviting BNDES. Seems to have really regained momentum in our agenda. And the two topics that are at the center of the discussions, basically the ecological transition and digitalization, we can really consider them as the two priority agendas for BNDES, and this is reflected in subsidized lines, specific programs, and joint actions together with FINEP and EMBRAP. So those are the two topics I could mention. A third topic, exports, in fact, but exports, decarbonization, and innovation, those are the frontiers on which we are operating. As for the ecological transition, allow me to say a few words of what has been done recently. I think most of you are familiar with the Climate Fund. This was an instrument that existed, but at a level of 500, 400 million a year. It was used to support ecological transition, not only in industry, but in other sectors. Starting in 2023, we started issuing Brazilian bonds sold in the international markets. And the rates that were obtained were transferred to BRL in Brazil.
So we went from a scale of 500 millions a year to 10 millions, 12 billion last year, and our forecast is 27 million. It's the main instrument for ecological transformation, and half of this value, as an average, at least in the past 2 years, we have financed decarbonization of the industry, either with projects like biofuels that are better known with great impact for new biofuels, SAF, and other technologies, but decarbonization of those other sectors of heavy industry, green steel, vegetable, coal, and a big challenge to transform all these industrial projects. And the bank has tried to provide greater transparency to these investments. So we have a panel, the panel of the greater production, and the bank has created not only placed its operations, but also the results obtained to society. In the case of Fundo Clima, these projects that we supported in these past 3 years, 10 million reais roughly, the amount of emissions avoided was calculated by third parties, not only the companies, is around 95 million tons of CO2. And what is the meaning of this? It means that this project would remove around 20 million vehicles, the consumption of 20 million vehicles per year, more than the double of the fleet of the city of São Paulo. And this is the impact that we have caused in the green agenda. And also we introduce equity calls for the participation of shareholders. BNDES received a lot of participation through funds, a partnership of FINEP, the Ecological Transition Fund, with Petrobras, and even directly in equity, where we included several companies in bioeconomy. And also the bank, together with FINEP, we operated the program Mais Inovação in TR conditions to encourage R&D, innovation, vitalization, and in this period, almost 30 billion reais were allocated to an agenda that didn't have tools to receive support. And then we had differentiated rates following the same conditions of a partnership concerning the projects. And summarizing results over here, these past 3 years, these projects that BNDES have supported, they generated 7,100 researchers that are involved in this project, that we are maintaining and enlarging the number of researchers here. And also we support pioneer plants in Brazil with innovative processes, right? Supported with these funds. And digitization, we do a lot with the acquisition of machines and equipment that have this technology. So more than 84,000 pieces of equipment acquired in these past few years. So I believe that it is very important to disclose this because you are also part of this control. So very good control. Now I would like to turn to Newton, our Superintendent of Energy Transition and Infrastructure in FINEP. Minister Luciana talked about another 20 million. I believe that you have also other topics to mention. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. And I thank CNI for this event is being exceptional. I'm very happy to be able to join. I see so many colleagues and friends on this stage. My mentor is over here. So very special people we see. And it's an honor to be able to mention the evolution and the support of FINEP to these schemes. And the minister mentioned very well, we are in a process of expansion, and it follows an international trend. As we saw in the panel, how the countries have done different policies that are more active, placing more resources, especially for these topics. And it is impressive how Brazil is not doing something different. We are following this international trend because we cannot lag behind. And FINEP is placing its efforts, bringing new programs, new modalities to innovate. And only in this cycle of 2023, more than 45 billion reais with all credit instruments, subventions, investments with participation in shares, and more than 1,300 projects that are totally assessed internally when we try to identify if it is relevant to society, if it's a project that is innovative, and of course, if the project can be carried out. And we want to place these resources that are increasing, but they are still small compared to the world, so that we can place these resources where we have a potential of great results to the country. So we will continue this year a trajectory of growth. In addition to our traditional credit, around 10 billion, we will have another 20 coming. 30 billion reais total in credits. People will have then a great opportunity. We are talking about ATR resources, which is a rate currently that is compared to the best conditions of financing in the world. It varies from 0 to 0.2%, and we are working in collaboration to be able to supply these conditions so that you, businessmen, can remove from paper those innovative projects so that you can leverage investments. And we are making a great effort. This is a big action of FINEP resuming its activities in these areas. We had round one and program more innovation. We had a demand of more than 1,500 projects, more than 20 billion reais of economic subvention, and 2.5 million with another projects. And considering all the success we already introduced this year, in February the 6th, a 3.3 billion reais package in non-refundable resources to companies in highly innovative projects working at the border of the national and international knowledge and other topics that are being prioritized. We had a great work of a definition of the topics. So it's not only health, but biological products, and a big effort to detail all the technological challenges that we are facing. And these calls will be open to the public, some till the end of August, others till late September, and this will be an excellent opportunity. In addition, we also have greater scale resources that we are supplying, 50 million non-refundable, so that you can bring new structuring projects that represent a good relevance to the country. Also in the part of investments and share participation, with BNDES, we are investing in 8 FIPs, and we will be introducing another 2 until the end of the year. And this is a great opportunity. And these topics of energy transformation and digital transformation is very important in our agenda and all the potential competitive edge that Brazil has in leading these topics. We have supported projects. We want to continue supporting them to develop these new markets. The SAF, we want to take the first plants to the market so that we can develop a biofuel, ethanol, where we cannot do it currently, and this makes a difference to the country. Saying very good. I just wanted to ask the production to show on the screen the QR code so that participants can ask their questions. And now I'm going to turn to Igor, who is a director of Embrapi, which is a fantastic story, and talk a lot with all of us and all the work carried out in CNIE and MA to bring his vision about these topics that are being mentioned here. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Peroni, Milton, and all the ladies and gentlemen here. And I would start thanking CNE and Sebrae for this invitation. It's an honor to be here today on this stage with our friends, sharing what is being done by Embrapi in this agenda that includes ecological transformation, digital transformation of our economy. But before that, and before we say what we are doing in this agenda, it is important to move a step back and highlight the importance of what was mentioned yesterday and today by Minister Luciana Santos, which is the importance of a strong industrial policy with resources, directions, governance, and coordination that can prioritize so relevant agendas to the country, like digital and ecological transformation. These 3 institutions have seen records of support to innovation, strengthening of the industry year after year in these past 3 years, thanks to social policy that is directing 700 billion reais for this agenda of strengthening the industry, where innovation is one of these pillars of this industrial policy. Never before did we have so many resources for this agenda in the country. So the three institutions, thanks to this industrial policy, to the resources that we have, either from the FNDCT that was mentioned by the ministry, either resources from BNDES, FINEP, Embrapi, that we also operate with these funds, either through Mover, that you know very well, this program of green mobility. We have supported and directed efforts together with the Brazilian industry to support increase in competitivity. We have a strong policy with volumes never seen before, a clear guidance together with the 6 missions mentioned yesterday and by the minister today, where 2 of the missions listed as a priority. One is of digital transformation together with the FIBIO, together also with another mission, with mission 5, which is decarbonization by economy and energy transition. So we have resources, governance, and a continuous aggregated support, allowing us to have the demand being supplied. So when we talk a little bit more about Embrapi, we have a big volume of resources for these 2 agendas. 42% of all the projects that are supported by Embrapi since 2023, since the starting of this policy of ecological transformation, are projects included in the scope of this policy, energy transition, circular economy. So 42% are projects that are included in this agenda. And when you analyze digital transformation agenda, then almost half of our projects where we see digital transformation applied in several sectors. Artificial intelligence, only artificial intelligence applied, we have 30% of our projects that is directed to this kind of projects. So Embrapi has been bringing a big volume of resources never seen before. We have supported a great number of projects for this industrial policy, and thanks and mainly to the demand of the private sector, because different from BNDES and FINEP, where you provide some guidance to the calls, in the case of Embrapi, the industry brings forward their demand. They knock at our door in one of our 90 units, showing the demand, the bottlenecks, and then we develop the technologies for the company. So our model comes from the demand of the industry. And these figures that I mentioned, 42%, we are talking about the agenda of sustainability, we are talking about of almost half the agenda of digital transformation, is not an induced demand, it's the actual demand presented by the Brazilian industry of projects, of innovation in the scope of Embrapi. So the Brazilian private sector has demanded more projects of development and research and innovation in these 2 very important topics. And this is a trend all over the world, not only in Brazil. The agenda of sustainability, of digital transformation, has moved public policies and economic agendas all over the world. And Brazil is not different. It has a strong industrial policies and institutions to answer the demand coming from the Brazilian industry in projects in these 2 areas. In the case of Embrapi, is research, development, and innovation, but BNDES also support other fronts of the industrial policy, and FINEP also with other partnerships being strongly present in this point. The ministry mentioned something about the competitivity. Not only this is a key topic in the socio-economic development, the two topics here, digitization and the ecological transition or decarbonization, but also a topic that provides competitive edge, although recognizing it as a manager of a multinational company and also present in 3 other boards in 3 other industries that are of Brazilian origin, that I can confirm the relevance of the Brazilian system of regulation. It is extremely powerful, but we're talking about competition and the coordination of the efforts, not only among these organizations that are here, but about all the parts of the government and non-government, which is essential. And also the part of the genesis and the idea of missions is very anchored to how to be efficient in the use of resources. So I would like to hear in the second round, each and every one of you, and it is obvious that policies totally directed have shown to be inefficient. So how to face this challenge of competition so that in 5, 10 years, these topics that we want to see moving forward in our country that are so dear to our potentialities can move on. And I would start again with João, please, in the same sequence.
Thank you very much, Dan. I think that you have shared the concern that we all share because the industrial policy is back. This is a hot topic all over the world again. And if we consider how much other developed countries are investing in industry, they are much higher than what Brazil has been investing, which is already higher than what Brazil invested in the past. But still, something that's still restricted. To become really effective, I think we need focus. The missions, of course, they are like a first driver. It's a pointer that we need to follow. But in the missions as well, we need to really concentrate on Brazil's competitive edges, what will really allow us to find a point of insertion. So we have some examples of joint activities. BNDES, FINEP, and EMBRP are very complementary in their role. BNDES offers loans, high loans, and also lower loans. FINEP also provides very important credit lines and partnerships, and EMBRP is highly flexible and provides opportunities for industry as well. So with this, we can select a couple of topics to work in concert. I think that the first opportunity we had was in the area of sustainable aviation fuel and the new biofuels, as we call them. There was a request, and now, based on this request we have received, which are in fact investment intentions, we want to provide the necessary support because also of the geopolitical circumstances. An SAF plant has a price tag of at least $1 billion, but the institutions are really trying to make progress in this agenda. Also, we have the case of critical minerals. Everything starts with critical minerals. They are, they're key for batteries and other segments that will decarbonize the industry downstream. So we got a request as well for a substantial amount, and I believe that in a short time we'll have a significant number of projects for the mining of nickel and rare earths, not only with mining operations, but our objective is to process these minerals in Brazil as well. So we're feeling very motivated. We didn't publish a tender or a call, but we've all been working to foster the AI ecosystem as well. At Embrapi, we have an agreement. The digital transformation front is the one with the highest demand. We are structuring a line for startups who operate with AI and will soon get opportunities for both BNDES and others to invest in equity, in the equity of those companies that focus on AI. And as for the data centers, well, Brazil has a huge opportunity in that area owing to its energy matrix and the availability of other resources. We can invest data centers that could lead also to a chain of equipment manufacturers in Brazil and also in the area of added services. So I think that in terms of industrial policy, I think that we have to really narrow down on these areas. Okay, thank you very much. I think that we're getting a lot of questions about SMEs. Could you please say a few words about them? Well, I think SMEs, well, this is really a great point for us to address. BNDES has two models. The direct operations model is one of them, of lines over 20 million BRL for companies with a turnover of 70 to 80 million BRL. These companies can come to us asking for financing. This is half of our operations. The other 50% consists of transfers of funds through our financial agents. We have 79 institutions teaming up with BNDES, the main credit cooperatives and fintechs, and they transfer funds from the BNDES for SMEs. So for the SMEs, they can gain access for this through this indirect channel. And these lines, especially innovation lines and the climate fund that was referring to, they're available also for SMEs at the same conditions, favorable conditions that are offered to other organizations. And I know that sometimes there is a problem with information asymmetry. Sometimes companies are not aware of the lines of credit they are entitled to. So we have an SME BNDES channel, and there you can find the adequate financing opportunities and check out which financial institutions and rates are offered by the different institutions. We just disclose, of course, an average interest rate. But this empowers companies to work with these funds. Well, Milton, thank you very much. In addition to SMEs, well, you talked specifically about investment in equity, and this created a lot of excitement. Could you please explain how companies can engage with these opportunities? Okay, I'll try to explain. Firstly, there is an international rush, a gold rush for in terms of industrial policies. We're still far below other countries. Recently, we visited Germany, and there was a subsidy of 1 billion euros for green steelworking plants. So, this is a huge, pile of money. So, we've heard of a company in the United States that received over $160 million in grants. So there is a lot of competition in industrial policy. Growth is very significant, but still far below the levels of these countries. This once again reinforces the need to work in concert. Industrial policy is essential. And for example, when we launch, a call for the energy transition, we talk directly to the ministries and agencies. And once again, I would like to reinforce that we work in concert. There were 4 calls recently launched in the case of sustainable aviation fuel. When we began this project, it was still an incipient technology, but we're now talking about we're receiving the first projects for SAF plants in Brazil. These projects would not have taken off unless we had published this call. Companies said, well, we were mapping out the opportunities, but the package, what was really we saw as decisive to make the decision. This is, of course, one of the outcomes. We're also working with minerals, and we have an R&D center. We are expanding our operations into the Northeast as well. Recently, we announced the first agreement of cooperation with FINEP in our history. A lot of good will come from this partnership. Yesterday, we launched the first tender, FINEP/Petrobras. So in addition to MRP and Petrobras, Petrobras is one of the main sources of financing of R&D in the world. So we are aligning priorities, bringing together the areas of investment. We are really working on the priorities jointly. We launched a tender, 30 million in this first round, but a lot will come out of this partnership. So coordination is really key. As for SMEs, certainly this has always been a priority. There is a myth, and this is, valid for BNDES and others. There's this idea that small companies cannot tap into these funds. But when we think of grants, 80% of the funds go to small and medium-sized startups. We are really concentrating 80% of our funds in this audience. Credit has also been expanding. The Nova Credit program began, modestly. Now we have over 40 banks working. A company, in the countryside of Piauí can gain access now because we qualify local banks to provide these funds. So now we have over 3,000 companies that have been financed through the Nova Credit program. In regard to equity, we've been establishing this partnership with BNDES and other FIPs. We know that their grant has one profile and credit has a different profile, but there are some companies that need to capture wealth and they need an asset manager so they can really make this leap. So it's a complementary support. So we have launched around 8 funds recently. João has given us an example, the energy transition FIP, partly financed by FINEP, partly by BNDES, and partly by Petrobras. And asset managers also go to the market to leverage the funding through private participation. So they look for 20 companies that match the profile, promising energy transition companies to level out the investment. So right now they are looking for these companies. Each of these funds, they will select the managers and they will find the companies. For example, it could be AI, it could be bioeconomy, GovTech, health. Several funds are investing there complementary to the other investments. Okay, I'm getting really excited. I'm really very impressed with the degree of coordination and orchestration. Now let's hear Ego on these themes. We would love to get your view on company size and the coverage of Embrapi. Okay, so let me start with the last topic mentioned, SMEs and Embrapi. Today, Embrapi is a very young organization. We were founded 13 years ago, but we've supported 4,000 projects from 2,800 companies. Out of the 2,800 companies, 65% of them are micro or small organizations with a turnover of up to 4.8 million BRL. This is only possible because our decentralized, highly capillary model that reaches all regions in Brazil. It's only possible also thanks to our partnership with Sebrae, because most of the micro and small companies cannot get access to R&D institutions. So when they knock on our doors thinking of a project, of course, we're going to pay up to 50% of the project with non-returnable funds. So in the end, they're going to get 35% of the total amount or price tag of the project for this company to find funding for. And this is how we're going to support these companies. So the cooperation with BNDES, FINEP, and other actors is what enables Embrapi to support 65% of all the companies who have come to us, where independently of their size. This is a number that has been growing. 2 years ago, we were talking about 50%. Now this number has reached 60%. Embrapi supports small and medium companies, but also large companies. IOSP, for example, is a company leading several projects with Embrapi, 6 projects. Petrobras, 110 projects. ArcelorMittal, Embraer, Vale, Natura, Vale, with around 30 projects. So as you can see, the decentralized model working in all regions with capillarity and 80 institutions capturing projects is what allows us to reach smaller companies operating in more distant regions. Now, going to the initial question, I think my colleagues have already mentioned this. Obviously, when we compare ourselves to the European Green Deal or the launch of ARA, the funding provided by these policies to create a sustainable industry with green basis in comparison to Brazil, well, the volume is indeed smaller. But let's remember that even though it's a smaller volume, it's still considerable, and it is a starting point. We believe that the funding will increase, and that's why events such as this and the role of the National Federation of Industries is so important. They point out to the need to strengthen the industrial sector so that instead of 700 billion reais, we'll have 700 trillion BRL being earmarked to the creation of a highly productive green industry. And from the institutions that are represented in this panel, even if our funding is not as substantial as other countries, we are working on maximizing efficiency to support the projects that will indeed create more competitiveness. For example, we have a contract, an agreement with BNDES. We have an agreement for cooperation with FINEP. So a company that developed a certain technology at the time of scaling up this technology, we know that this company will come to BNDES to ask for financing or FINEP, or they will get a chance also to provide an equity investment. So we want all the pieces to come together and complement each other. Also because, for the Brazilian business person, it doesn't really matter. They face a pain point and they need the support, the financial support, and this is exactly our role. Our role is to solve the pain points for Brazilian entrepreneurs.
I'm going to turn the floor to João, who wants to make a comment, but thank you to all our three speakers here that gave us a very nice vision of this topic, very important to our country. Thank you all for your questions, very nice, good questions, and congratulate once again CNE and SEBRAE for the organization of this event. João, I turn the floor for you, and then we close the panel. It's just something important. When we are talking about MPS, one of the main pains are the guarantees to access a financing. And it's very important to mention that the BNDES is a manager of one of major guarantor funds in the world. And we also have partnerships with SEBRAE for SMEs. So every time that you go for the financing industry looking for credit, talking also of the FGPA that can guarantee part of or sometimes all the full operations. So it's a very powerful instrument, and where we have a volume of guarantees of more than 100 million per year, exclusively for SMEs. It was created and potentialized during the pandemics, and we were able to make it permanent. So FNJPA, which is very important in this point. Very well remembered. Congratulations to all. Thank you very much. Have all a nice day. We thank our panelists and Dantas for conducting the panel. We continue now with our next panel. To transform biodiversity in industrial value requires technology, governance, and sustainable models. The bioeconomy is a strategy of development and competitive differentiation for Brazil. For this dialogue, we would like to invite to the stage the General Director of the Amazon Bio Business Center, CBA, Márcio Miranda. The Commercial and New Products Director of Cocal Renewable Energies, André Gustavo Alves da Silva. And the moderator of this panel, the professor at the Institute of Economics of the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, UFRJ, João Carlos Ferraz. Good morning. It is a dialogue, so we are going to try to make a kind of a conversation involving 4 topics. Introducing, we have Marcio Miranda, General Director of the Amazon Bio Business Center, and Gustavo Alves da Silva, Commercial Director and New Products of Cocal Renewable Energies. Marcio has a long career. He is an engineer specialized in genetics. He has a long career, and now he's in the Center of Biobusiness in Amazon. Andre is an engineer dedicated to planning, projects developments, new business. You will hear very interesting stories, and sometimes somewhat constructing with each other. I will start with the general statement and then direct questions. And basically, when I was going down here, João Peroni said, well, I heard bioeconomy. I asked, what is bioeconomy actually? And then we start with this problem of restricting spaces. To me, in a certain way, it has to do with the productive chains, with some relationship with the organic world. A definition of such nature includes even soy as being bioeconomy, or acai, and in this case here, sugar and ethanol. But the most important is that with such a broad definition, we have super developed chains in Brazil. We have chains that are underdeveloped, especially concerning biodiversity. So we have a context of experiences and very different organizations that I believe will be very interesting. And we will have this opportunity of saying that the focus here is to show the footprint of the innovation. CNE, SEVAI, we thank you for opening the space to us. But we will then have the questions. Basically, we were talking beforehand. What obviously they have to introduce their organizations, but not in the institutional way. The question is, what are your organizations and what make them different? So this is the first question. And I don't know, and we would like in a certain way to be very quick so that we could have 4 rounds, if we could be closer, so that we don't have to look to each other more than to the audience. So who would start? Before anything, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanking also the invitation made by SEBRAE, CNE, for bringing here for this conversation on a topic so important to our country, and also in my case, very important to the Brazilian Amazon region and the Amazon as a whole. But your question, what makes us different, should include an aspect that is very important in the context of this Congress, which is organizational innovation. So we moved along in services, marketing, but we saw here in the previous panel a series of institutional innovations. For instance, Embrapa, with 13 years of existence. So we consider ourselves an institutional innovation very important for the development of the Amazon region with its biological wealth. So it's not only than biodiversity. And this is what makes us different, because in the ecosystem of innovation of the Amazon region, we had a gap that's now being fulfilled by the Center of Biobusiness, an institution that puts together science and investments in biodiversity assets of the Amazon region so that we can generate employment, income, added value, local development in a way that does not demand another similar institution, at least in the Amazon environment. And it's a model that has shown great success. And where you have this kind of a broker, you know, Jean Carlos, doing this approximation, the nature of what you were doing happens in other areas. It happens in other areas. And also, your question asked with what bioeconomy is, how does it manifest itself? So in the Amazon, you have mining places that are extremely important to the regional development, agribusiness growing a lot, but that bioeconomy, where you say that it has as its main purpose to generate added value inside the Amazon region with biodiversity, this possibility of a specialized institution in the strengthening of this approach is important. So he didn't mention, but CBA in this new modality is how old? 2 years old. So see what they did and what are the challenges that they have ahead, right? And what about you? You are there since the 1500s, right? Okay, thank you. See the difference. 2 years of existence and a long time of existence. Thank you very much. I'm representative of the cacao mill, and our difference is to generate sustainability in scale with the sugar cane, with innovation. So we started producing sugar as any other industry. In our case, it's for 45 years. And then we went with pro-alcohol ethanol. And in 2002 with bioenergy using the bagasse that was at the time waste and now is used for energy. And as of 2015 with the new products. We believe that sugar cane is a blessing. I usually say, especially for those who visit us, our system is a system of disassembling in scale. And to each event that we use of this disassembling, we are able to generate a new product and then another product in this idea of circular economy. Some examples to facilitate. As of 2015, we starting extracting the surplus of yeast in the process of fermentation and produce a product of animal nutrition with a high proteic value. In 2019, we started working with the waste of the process of production of sugar and alcohol. And this is a different story. Then we see that great part of the wealth in a feedstock like a sugar cane goes away. It's not used. It goes to sugar or to ethanol, only part of it. And now you target in recovering this part, and until then it was being lost. So in a summary, sugar cane is a blessing. It has two fractions. One, a fiber that we can convert in steam and energy, and we are self-sufficient. Ethanol produced from sugar cane doesn't need any outside energy. And then we have the sugars, 75% saccharoses that can be converted in sugar. And the others, glucose and fructose, can be converted into ethanol. And ethanol is a second generation. It comes from a waste of a first process. From ethanol, we have vinasse and the cake, and with that we produce biogas, by consequence biomethane, and this biomethane is used both for the transportation of the sugar to the port And returning to our productive system to bring and transport and grow our cane. And we have the CO2 that was dispensed into the atmosphere with the fermentation and today is captured and is converted. So this is our differential. From sugarcane, I have a series of products in a chain and scale, helping our productive process and reducing our footprint considering other systems. So 45 years and 2 years. What have you been able to obtain in 2 years? First of all, CBA has the history as a center of technology. It's a little older, but 2 years as a center of biobusiness. The first point was in the sense that providing legal certainty to a operation with a new company, allowing us to operate with legal certainty, looking for partners, new investors for this that we mentioned before. I don't know if you are aware of the history of the past. It was called Center of Biotechnology of the Amazon. That was since 2000. So around 2000, it was built a mega structure, 12,000 square meters, with the installation. It's a very constructive legacy, but now we are occupying in these 2 years in a different way. We're going to maintain, strengthen, and guide for demand the laboratories that we exist, and then with a great difficulty of fixing human resources and part of our construction. But we are occupying in these 2 years this space with 21 companies that are coming together with us in the industry of cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, new materials, ingredients for food. So these are most of them startups with different levels of turnover according to the concept of startups itself. But in terms of institutional innovation, this environment is being made richer with a regional office of the Industrial National Property Office, with the Getúlio Vargas Foundation, with the environment for the São Paulo Technological Research Institute. So like this, we bring a new institutional approach, an environment where the opportunities of generating employment, income, quality of life with biodiversity found this place for discussion. This is our institutional mission. You want to discuss how can I use açaí not for food but for other things, and also the production waste of açaí can form bioplastics, for instance. This is a privileged place to discuss this opportunity, and like this, several other examples. It must be very complex, right? Not for only 45 years, but you have a long history, you have a productive chain, you did a whole infrastructure, you have an ecosystem, as we say, and where you can reach, you will even have a biomethane pipeline, right? Even with you is a little bit different, right? Yes, it's different. I'm going to give you an example. And do you know a plant called Kurawa? This plant Kurawa is a close relative of the pineapple, but science says that Kurawa is the most resistant fiber that nature has placed in front of us. But how can I use Kurawa? I don't have the supply of feedstock. I don't have organized chain. It's very interesting for a series of applications. But there will come a moment when I will have to ask, I don't want 2 kilograms. I want 200 tons of Kurawa. So one of the works of CBI is to help the productive chain of Curaçao with other companies so that this opportunity can be transformed into something in the line of bioplastics of diverse uses. I'm plating this as an example that is many different when you talk about sugarcane in Brazil and when you talk about Curaçao and several other examples. Yes, because we talk a lot about the potential of biodiversity, but I wanted to explore with Andrea. You don't have the ecosystems, you don't have the different chains. Has this made things easier or more difficult for you? You didn't have to start from scratch, so you'd have to make your life easier. And with a culture already installed, but on the other side, we are now doing a biomethane pipeline, right? Well, very nice your question. Currently, when we show this complex of circular economy, starting with the sugarcane today, generating 9, 12 products with others being developed. The question is, how do you do this? What are the next ones after that? So actually, the development of a new product or of an innovation brings with it exceptions and challenges. First, the gas pipeline. We have the first exclusive biomethane pipeline in the world, going from our plant to the region of Presidente Presidente. Biomethane is the only one in the world. The others are from natural gas, and natural gas as a basis, and biomethane as a complement. And for us, is no other fossil gas, is 100% biomethane, and for our region. So this is throughout time. Now we will have a second plan, then a third plan, and in a certain moment this becomes a network interconnecting with all having access to this biomethane. What is the big difficulty is to convert this innovation. Just an example, the first contract that we had was Petrobras with natural gas, and the client wanted an oscillation of supply of 50%. He would receive 1,000 cubic meters or 1,500, and we have to talk to the bacteria that it has to produce 1,000 or 1,500. So to convert something that you had as a reference into a biofuel or a bioproduct, this is the need that we have. We have to understand that it's done through a biological process, and we have to respect its own characteristics. A good example is the bacteria, but what was the solution? I reduce the food. When I do this, I take 15 days to resume the previous states before feeding. And then we have to find other consumption sources, for instance, for this biomethane, our own, for instance. Today we have diesel-powered trucks and biomethane-powered trucks. So with this complementation, last week, for instance, I didn't mention, we gain the RLR cap option. We are the only mill. This is an auction of energy reserves. This was done last week to start in 2028, and you will need to have energy available the moment when it is requested. We did this with biomethane to be the two first mills to put in an auction that usually uses fossil with biofuel and biomethane. So what about the landfills here in Brazil, the big places for garbage disposal? In addition to receiving the company that's going to prepare the landfill, you have all this technical logistics that's very complex, and Marshall probably has some experience in this. Well, you mentioned an extremely important point in the mark of bioeconomy, because there is an urban bioeconomy, which is this, in principle, is more directly involved with the circular economy and with the creative economy. So CPA, for instance, has institutions that are already with us analyzing this market of big volumes, and one of them is doing with the 3D inversion, doing furniture, pieces for the industry, and using waste of the production of food with biodiversity, all the recycling of plastics together with bio inputs, something that puts us together with the cane. So one of the big markets to be explored in the case of bioeconomy as a whole is exactly with bio inputs that finds a fantastically big market in our sector towards a bioeconomy, analyzing food production and biosustainability, and a big space for the improvement of the environment conditions in our urban centers, not only in the Amazon region, but Brazil as a whole. And this kind of market, if an opportunity, CBA has shown and brought and organized meetings with investors to arrange in the best way as possible the type of investments that can turn something that is potential into something that is actual. Very similar with the comments of what André said in the other uses of sugarcane biomass.
So we talked about the potential, but let's start with a second block, right? What are the challenges that you face right now or that you will face in the future to be innovative? I don't know about you, Marcio, but did your company ever stumble in problems that you were unable to solve, and how did you deal with it? So who's backing you up basically? Who's covering your back in terms of being innovative? Of course, here we have a private company with shareholders, etc. And in the case of CBA, this is a social organization under the Ministry of Industry and Commerce. Well, in your case, in terms of who's got our back covered, the question is how can we convert our waste into byproducts that can be used in additional production stage? Of course, we need at first to understand its characteristics. So in the case of methane, we looked to Europe because they've been making biogas based on waste for a very long time. So we decided to tropicalize the process. Our plant has a capacity of 12 meg, and the output capacity in the European plant is half meg. So we are 24 times larger. So how can you tropicalize a biodigester that's 24 times as big? So, and how do you, of course, how can you convert those conditions into our conditions in terms of sulfur, durability, etc.? So the first pain point for us was the development of regional industry. Bioproducts need an ecosystem. So do you have to import? Yes, in the first plant. Well, we lost. Actually, we imported 70% of this plant, all blenders, all mixers, all membranes, and in the second plant, just 35% was imported. But you didn't insource that, so it was the capital goods industry that supplied, in the first plant, we imported the solution. 5 years later, half of the problem was solved with the Brazilian ecosystem, with partners and suppliers. For example, when you upgrade biogas into biomethane, you have to remove CO2 so that you can generate biogas equivalent. So we got the technology from Canada first, and then the upgrade from a plant in Brazil, and it worked even better because it's more adapted to our reality. So the first bottleneck was to nationalize parts. The plant was paralyzed for 1 week because of a $90 chip. So this is one of the hurdles, right? Suppliers of parts and spares, right? You also mentioned that another challenge is relocating personnel, right? Was that a challenge too? Yes, definitely. This is one of our greatest challenges. Well, speaking of who's backing us up, we are directly linked to industrial policy, as was mentioned in the previous panel. We are working under Mission 5, development of bioindustry, bioeconomy. So CPA is an institutional instrument with a direct link to industrial policy. So we have to work. Thinking of the new bioindustry, the vice president is probably, putting a lot of pressure on you. No, not every day, just every second. And this is very good for us, in fact. He continues to be vice president now that he left the ministry, and and we need support, definitely. But I think that the challenge that we face, just like any institution that revolves around R&D, well, the challenge is finding the talent, finding people who can really be employed, and that you can offer the best conditions to them, because it's them that will develop, work with the incipient industry, with the new players that want to make the most of our biodiversity. So this is a challenge we're still facing. Young people, for example, yes, young people. We have no shortage of young people in the region. So one of the items we included in our action plan is to advance in the hiring of specialists that can convince and interact with the industry in the search of solutions. This is definitely a need, a mandatory need that is parallel to the size of the institutional challenge. João Carlos, we also inherited facilities, 12,000 square meters, and we need, of course, to upgrade the equipment in the labs, etc. And the challenge in this sense is that we need to manage our projects in a way that will make everything I said before possible. So I've been talking a lot to my colleague Carlos Baum. Very recently, he called our attention to market intelligence, which is something we need, which is basically talking to companies and asking, what do you need from us? If we are successful in that, the rest is a given. So basically, talking to companies, hiring personnel, and after that, things will run more smoothly. And of course, you work under a certain political mandate, right? What is the role of shareholders, do you think? Yes, for sure. I think that what's difficult for us when we're developing new products and projects is that we have to reconcile different interests, considering the existing conditions. Now, shareholders, are very technical. When we built our first plant, we had that idea. Well, we have gas, highly combustible that can be used for energy production. We had also high pressure boilers, and with this we could generate vapor and co-generate energy. And this was very timely as well because we had a blackout in 2012, and we could provide a green energy source. So when we realized that we had, the bagasse, we made much more. So that's the issue, the vinasse that we used. And it's a huge volume. What about the technical potential? And, yes, I think that the point is that it's conversion because 12 liters of ethanol, also biogas potential, and the nutrients that the soil needs. So how can I develop this entire ecosystem to extract the organic matter that is in excess while maintaining nutrients for the soil? This is the vision. Because we decided to invest in biodigestion. With this, we would get biogas, and then we would have also the nutrients going back to the soil. What we observe now is that the bacteria that is being used to nourish the soil, they are adding life to the soil, and this is returned to us as higher yields in the subsequent cycles or crops. Okay, can you give us an overview of how difficult or how simple it is to do this? When you talk about people, well, you have said this before, that there is a convergence between the technical team all the way through the shareholders. Now, let's move to a third block of questions. This is, in fact, a reflection that I would like to prompt. Why don't we have more CBAs in this country? How can we, what can we do to do this? Both from a business perspective and also thinking of policy making. How can we instigate ambitions, possibilities, and pathways for those watching us? It's not simple, not a simple question, but why? What have to do to get more companies that are innovative, that are really doing a turnaround and bringing innovations? Because, it's a very small handful of companies that are really innovative in the market. And I believe that everyone in this room has been contaminated by the innovation virus. But why not more, however? This is my question, basically. Yes, definitely. We need to expand the number of innovators, to develop a region such as the Amazon with such a huge territory, to have all the work being done by just one institution. This is very risky. there are limitations of all sorts, including operational risks when you're trying to drive innovation from the Brazilian biodiversity. Other initiatives are underway outside of the state of Amazonas, in the state of Pará, a bioeconomy complex with a private public investment scheme was created. But why don't we see more of initiatives like this? I cannot really explain, because here we're talking about the type of initiative that created this complex in Belém, but no mature systems to develop the bioeconomy or biodiversity will advance unless there is a brokering agent, an intermediary acting between science and the market. This is an asset that in some production chains, highly regulated chains, has to be there. So you cannot have, level 1, level 2, level 3 trials unless there is somebody who's brokering on behalf of companies to identify competencies, to hire or obtain the necessary actors. So what I'm trying to get at is that this type of institution that sometimes is seen as not mandatory, without this actor acting on those chains, you won't get too far with your innovations. And this is valid for the sectors in which we operate. And this is the Bio-Business Center role, the Amazon Bio-Business Center role, in fact. Well, João, I mentioned that we have to see to believe. So we believe that biomass can be transformed in bioenergy, and we're going to get it done. We're going to work until it's done. So now, how can we promote more initiatives like this one? Well, you have to be practical. In fact, I developed a presentation which I showed the reduction in our carbon footprint. I was invited to give this presentation in Europe, and it's 200,000 tons of CO2 equivalent less per year. And then somebody said, this is wrong. The math is wrong, and it's just 100. And then I answered, we have 150,000 hectares. And then the person said, oh yes, you're right. So scale is something that's determinant. So when you can restart the cycle in iterations, other initiatives start to crop up. We have some industries investing in carbon capture. We see some plants also investing in biofertilizers. So we are working on diesel and on fertilizers. So with the bio inputs, we are going to replace them. There are some plants that are now running on ethanol on the field. So when we see the influence on society, when we think of the support that is needed also to foster initiatives like this, then we try to make this, we know that there must be bridges being built. And also with, when there is also pressure coming from society, it's not a bad thing, right? Okay, we have just 5 minutes. Let me finish. Your future, well, which ways to follow or what avenues to advance on? What are the 3 main components so that, you will be successful in the future?
If it is in addition to money, money is fantastic. But what I believe is strategically constructions like the Center of Biobusiness to the Amazon are highly depending on the continuity of public policies, highly dependent. This come and go around public policies that are relevant for the development of the country, obviously, places permanently in risk even until you can get consolidated. Yes, and it was not for any other reason, as you mentioned in the beginning, that today you have an Embrapa, Petrobras, and Embraer. You have developments in different sectors of the economy that in their beginning depended also on public policies for the long and medium term. So when you are in the stage of creation, consolidation, your performance in your sphere concerning the environment, the business environment is to be considered. And in this point, we have to highlight that public policies, they are getting stronger right now. So we have a national policy of bioeconomy. We heard in the previous panel a strong interaction between BNDES, FINEP, Embrapi. These are managers to public policies directly or indirectly connected to the bioindustry. But what will help us to arrive at the point needed more than money is what we mentioned before of having consolidated a team ready to present themselves in a relevant way to investors in this use of biodiversity. When having institutional support on one side and internal expertise of what we do, we have the perfect combination to move forward. Our vision of future is a vision of a basic bioenergy. We believe that sugar and cane mills can help biofuels in the future by supplying basic bioenergy. What is that? Basic bioenergies is a series of products, a chain of hydrocarbons, bagasse, straw, ethanol, CO2, energy, and with the reorganization can be converted in a good biofuel. SAF and ethanol, the butanol, the bio is the green hydrogen. We don't know. We believe that it will be a mix of all of this according to the peculiarities of each region. All of them has a chain of hydrocarbonates as a basic chain. We want to support, we want to provide the feedstock for this development. They are all produced after an organization. Any of one will need the material that we have, right? It's a good choice. So we have 1 minute to close. I hope you have had fun and learned. I learned a lot with Marcio and Andrea. So let's give both a round of applause. Thank you very much. We thank our panel members, Professor João Carlos here, and now we would like to invite you to our award giving this afternoon. We will have the award of innovation, a great expectation to know the winners in each category. This will happen at 4:30 this afternoon. We leave you the invitation to join. Now we're going to continue our program. Let's just wait a little bit for the picture, and then we will continue. We would like to thank once again, and now we will have a presentation that is extremely important. Let's understand how health and well-being are connected to our daily activities. Is it with a worker? They are pillars in our competitive industry. And productivity is only sustainable when it goes hand in hand with well-being. Let's now discuss how climate changes and respiratory health directly impact the performance and competitivity of our worker in our industry. For this lecture, we invite to the stage Fiocruz researcher Margaret Dalcomo.
Ah, tá ótimo. Assim eu enxergo, tá. Obrigada. Bom dia. Muito
Good
obrigada.
morning. Thank you once again for the invitation to participate in this event. I was looking at that Robert over there, thinking how he could help me in my daily activities, but we are so far still from that. But I would like to start this presentation actually reminding you that some concepts can seem too far from your own reality, but they are not. Currently, we face a situation here in Brazil where never it has been so close because of the size of the challenge. Health, industry, innovation, private PPPs, and many concepts that are no longer theoretical, but just an absolute need in our daily tasks. After the experience with the last pandemics, and we know we are getting ready to, I will show you this at the end of this presentation. Brazil is in the moment now of creating a new institutionality that will prepare the country for the next pandemics. I am involved in this project since the very beginning when Minister Padilha made this determination a year ago when he took office, so that this can work. A new institutionality at the government level has nothing to do with the government, but with the Brazilian state will be very important, essential, and strategic. And the industry must be close to us. The industry should respond to the regularity of their production, innovation, etc., but also being very ready for contingencies when we say, look, this is the moment to get ready. We need masks, we need vaccines, we need bottles to put the vaccine into them, and we have to be very clear that we research, and I'm not a true researcher, I don't produce lab products, but I work with people, I develop clinic researches, and I develop this during the blackest period of our pandemics. All that we have said is based in this concept that today we call the soul health. Soul health is not something rhetorical. It was created in 2004, rescued by the United Nations in 2021, and does not allow us to think anymore in separate boxes so that we have to think globally. Health is environment, animal health, and human health. So this is the global concept of health that should be used as a north to all our questions. So we have a legal framework that favors us. We have a constitution where this is included. We have the system of health placing Brazil as a sole situation. As you know, we are the only country with more than 100 million inhabitants that has sole health provided virtually to the whole population. And the health industrial complex is absolutely strategic in this moment. And when I talk about health, I'm not talking only about drugs and pharmaceuticals. I'm talking about gadgets, about instruments, about methodology, about models, about algorithms that I'm convinced we have to work with, the peer-to-peer with the industry. The creation of SUS, you all know, it has this tripod of integrality, universality, and equity that includes and should permeate all what we propose. And we have something that I have to recognize here in face of the greatest representation of the Brazilian industry. We spend very little with health. So it is in this crucial moment when we leave, and I use this metaphor, we leave with more scars than skin after the experience of COVID-19. It's very important that we are clear and understand that we spend very little. So it's necessary that these, not only the Brazilian state, the Brazilian government recognizes this, but we still are not part of the OECD. And we have to know what are the strategic points. And I will be very brief here so that we can reason and think what are these strategic points where we have to think in policy, collaboration, industry, academia, so forth, and what we have in terms of information about 2 points that are important right now that we're living in. Climate change. We don't need to preach to the converted, because you know very well that there are several environments where we speak and they feel climate change as a theoretical topic only for intellectuals. Certainly not. We saw what happened in the state of Minas Gerais, very close to Rio de Janeiro, in Juiz de Fora. My slide is even outdated that I'm going to show now, showing how much was a very brief statement. We need solidarity among us, and we cannot be victim anymore of the infodemia. Those who produce knowledge, those produce materials, drugs, those who produce all the inputs that are strategic to us. We have to work together, become absolute critics, radical critics against any false information. And this is an example, is this researcher, unfortunately, is left aside. He invented chloroquine that hurt us so much here in Brazil, and this is a classical example how you can create a myth and how many times the reason we waive reason because of an illusion. And infodemia is something that we will have to be critically prepared to fight against. Remembering these pieces of knowledge are old, these are practices on how to behave in face of threatening situation. This is a page from the Science magazine, and this magazine existed since 2019 on the second wave of the Spanish flu. And here in this timeline, where basically the last disaster is missing, which was Juiz de Fora, showing what happened in the world. This is not a slide of Brazil, but showing what happened in the world and how man is responsible in this timeline for the so-called climate change. This is very important. When today here we are going to sign beautifully after this presentation our protocol on how the industry must get ready in face of a contingency of forest burns because of droughts and exposition, how this should be controlled and produced in the reality like Brazil. So, in a timeline, if we think on the past 30 years, there is no question, and you can see the slide over here, that there is no question anymore that man is responsible for what is happening in the world. Intense rainfalls, increase of temperature, points of no return. That's not a rhetoric anymore. I had the privilege of talking about this concept with Professor Carlos Nobili, the greatest climatologist in Brazil, and he showed me exactly those points that are very close, especially in the areas of great forest burns, where we are in the Amazon, in the central plains, in the points of no return, with the increase of 1.5 Celsius degrees in our temperature. This other slide shows also the number of events that cause disasters, so-called natural, and they are not natural at all, showing droughts, extreme rainfalls, floods, and extreme temperatures that show a very bad scenario. And what does this have to do with health? Everything. As would say our journalist Matuzaneri, absolutely everything, in a very fun way of saying. So climate, increase, appearance, recurrence, geographical expansion of viruses. These are Brazilian pictures. This Porto Alegre 2 years ago is the central plain, and last year with the extreme drought and the forest burns that happened because of this drought. And how can this be makes us more vulnerable in terms of health? And how much will this be a burden, especially in a population that is extremely fragile, with the aging to which Brazil has not been properly prepared. Usually they ask me, is our population aging? Yes, of course, everybody recognized it was all of a sudden our decrease in fecundity and our increase in longevity. And here, what happens? This happened because of the policies of vaccination implemented here in Brazil. We would love to say that this is because of basic sanitation, social justice, etc., but this is not true. What made a difference was the reduction of child mortality. So, to vaccinate, we created a population that currently shows more people above 60 years of age and fewer than less of 15 years. And to attract this vulnerable population, we have to prepare and have this protocol in such a qualified and careful way. And we have to think how the industry, not only the worker, but the families of such workers, those who are already retired, they have to count with. And here are some examples that happened here in Brazil in this past 10 years, where all these events, and especially the last one in Juiz de Fora, they were responsible for around 1,000 casualties directly assigned to these excess of rainfall. And if we add the excess of droughts and fire burns, we will include another thousands of casualties directly attributed to these so-called extreme phenomena. So we don't have to here in Brazil to show examples of other places. We have many challenges here, more than enough to answer to this. And here the heat waves here in Brazil and mortalities. This is another phenomenon related to extreme droughts and forest burns. And here we could place health data. It wouldn't be the case of diseases currently recurring to the exposition of atmosphere pollution generated by forest burns. But here I would like to mention two factors showing how health, aging, and climate change is becoming a morbid tripod that's very important here in Brazil. Who more died in these exposures? Women and women above 65 years of age. There are those people who remain in their houses and that are exposed in situations of pollution, but taking care of the house, of the children. So these pieces of information are from Brazil, generated in Brazil. and they are a caveat showing that heat waves are real, forest burns are real, extreme drought, increasing temperatures to points of no return are real. And when we talk about points of no return, people then say, oh, then only in some areas of the Amazon, right? No, we have points of no return in the Midwest of Brazil, areas close to the Pantanal, and we must be clearly aware of this. So here showing the same thing, all the areas that were mapped, showing those who maintain at least 1 Celsius degree beyond what was desired, and others with more than 1.5 degrees. Climate changes are important, certainly for the health industry. First, because they bring a burden. So if we are talking about a population that is aging, the social security is totally unprepared to have a line of care that can give to these people the proper care, what we call the so desirable healthy care. And here showing what this can bring. This brings the increase of cardiovascular diseases, recurrence of respiratory diseases, asthma, emphysema, bronchitis, etc., exacerbation of pre-existing diseases, and the burden for demand of health services that is very relevant. In addition, it brings the recurrence to indirect impacts, recurrence of infectious diseases, problems related to food safety, dislocation of population, diseases transmitted by water, a tragedy in some situations of flood in Brazil, and emergency of new diseases, especially transmitted by vectors.
Vector-borne diseases are very serious in Brazil, and they're related to flooding and also drafts. So excessive heat requires a lot from our cardiovascular system. All of this, of course, is part of the literature. Cold waves also compound health conditions and also disseminate infectious diseases such as dengue, COVID-19, influenza. Poor water quality also can generate some mental health conditions such as isolation. Everything, of course, as part of the consequences of climate change. Everything that has been mentioned points to the resurgence of diseases that had probably been eradicated in the past. So the revolution of longevity, well, I have already mentioned this. We're talking about a population that has aged very quickly. Our life expectancy doesn't have the shape of a pyramid anymore. We have now a concentration of people over 60 years old, and in 15 years, Brazil will be a country of elderlies. Everything that we are doing, everything that the industry has to do now should consider that the population, we should consider that cities should be less hostile to the elderly. Everybody knows what sidewalks are like in Brazil. Besides this, we need adequate seating and in households for for different social classes should also consider the fact that there will be many elderly people living there, even in housing. We see that this represents really a burden for the families, and it's a very sad paradox, by the way. Many times, the elderly person who is part of a household and it's seen as a burden. In fact, the youth that many times do not study and they live from the retirement of this elderly person. This is a paradox and a major challenge that affects not only the middle class. It's a challenge for the industry. What can the industry do to make the lives of these people easier? And as researchers, we should think of lines of care that can provide assistance to these people. We have many legal frameworks, even structuring policies for the elderly. However, in practical terms, Brazil has laws for everything, but the laws are not necessarily followed. So, what is the context of our urban life? And what are the emerging diseases, the diseases for which we must prepare as a result of floods or droughts or even wildfires? So what do we expect from now on? We see, for example, we see that the recurring diseases will appear. The existing diseases will continue, but we'll see many vector-borne diseases gaining strength, and this is what we have to prepare for, the emerging viruses. This is, of course, also a prophecy of sorts published by Lancet based on the assessment of major researchers and demographers, saying that there is a real chance of 50% of a new pandemic hitting the planet in the next 8 years. So in fact, in the next 8 years, we could have a pandemic with a death toll of 1 million deaths. A lot of people ask me, is it COVID? Probably not. What we expect is a pandemic caused by the influenza virus H3N2, which is probably will probably be the culprit. We have several diseases also. In the Amazon, we have hosts for all types of viral diseases, especially respiratory viruses, much more than the East or China. We have a large number of bats, and the most likely pandemic will be caused by H5N2. This is a virus that emerged. It's also an avian flu, and it's been recognized in 1997. And this is Brazil. This is the latest calculated risk study. Even though Brazil is not a route for migratory birds, we still have moderate risk below, transmission between humans. So why do we need this new institute for epidemics? Minister Padilha created this working group. We fulfilled our role. And this is information that's relevant for all of you. The day before yesterday, Folha de São Paulo, the daily, published some material affirming that, how did the Brazilian population recognize risks of pandemic 6 years ago and what we need. So this is really showing that there is much higher awareness. 47% of the population expressed they're very concerned of a new pandemic hitting. So what we are trying to propose here is that we need an institute, not something like the CDC in the United States, which is a huge body with 12,000 employees. We need a small entity without policing power. I cannot say just stop there and stop working. No, this is not what we want. What we want is that when somebody says, okay, we need to wear masks or people have to go to work from home, what we want is that we are actually heard and seen with trust. And we believe that the Brazilian population gives us this level of trust. So I'm showing this to you firsthand because definitely this will be taken into consideration by our Minister of Health and our government. So very soon there should be a draft bill because a framework should be a draft bill, not a provisional measure. This will give more strength to this law. And here we have everything from agility of response to contingencies, and the industry is heavily implicated in that because remember, we didn't have enough flasks in our industries to bottle the vaccines. We relied exclusively on the international markets. That's why we need to empower our industry to face any pandemics that might occur. This is a scenario that we face, real aging in the Brazilian population. Please talk to your researchers. Use the best of your creativity to see how we can best serve them through our line of care. We have a low rate of fertility or birth rate, including among the poor population. What the example that was given, we saw many houses with 10 people living together. This is no longer the case in Brazil. It's really something that's just restricted to the Northeast. The number of children per households in Brazil is 1.4 among the poorer populations. So, in fact, this is a paradox. We are rating just like the more developed countries without having prepared for growing older. Brazil has aged and continues to be a poor country. So, there's a lack of professionalization for these groups, and also in families. Our culture does not prepare our youth to care for the elderly. There is a lack of environmental education, which is very important as well. This is, of course, is at the root of the wildfires, and costs are being underestimated, and the use of health funding is misused, actually. So the industry can do a lot in terms of training, qualification, and preparation of workers for this new social picture and demographic picture that we'll soon experience in Brazil. A culture of care. I would like to remind you of this unforgettable image, which shows Pope Francis alone walking through the Vatican on a rainy day, and he said, well, culture of care is something that will create peace in the world. I continue to believe this, even though the evidence show that, it's actually the other way around.
In final considerations, the men has been the great responsible. When we talk about climate change, there is nothing in terms of atmospheric or geographic points that justifies but the direct and indirect action of man. And climate is a determining for global health, human health, also with the animals and environment. New pandemics are a risk and needing preparation. And this partnership, academia, industry, is extremely strategic. The continuous dissemination of virus from birds and mammals, even in remote regions, measures of biosecurity. The tropical diseases, for instance, they came to the temperate areas. Nobody imagined to find dengue in France, and we find it in France, in Spain. So dengue was a disease from a tropical area. It changed. So the French physicians, they have special training to treat a disease they had never seen before. intersectorial collaboration is strategic. I don't believe that we will be able to do anything without this collaboration between academia, industry, and those who produce knowledge. And the ecological and epidemiological risks have to be considered. New research to evaluate the impact of the virus, and here I mentioned the H5N1, and the interaction with other continuous threats that makes this scenario demanding from us a more integrated participation so that we can generate knowledge. And this, I mean, something very sensitive. And I'm talking about access. So currently, 2 days ago, it was the World Day of Tuberculosis. Many asked me in several interviews that I gave, and I said, look, we are living a paradox because TB is the benign disease, treatable, curable, 100% of the cases, and the pandemic's devastated Brazil. We had a retrocess of 10 years. So climate change and epidemics mean retrocess even in those diseases that theoretically might have a control. So I really believe that we physicians, our students, our collaborators, and our intense collaboration with all of you who produce knowledge and industry cannot wave lines of research that are more and more sophisticated and directed to the actual world. And it is to this actual world that I hope we can continue walking hand in hand, generating good questions and, above all, excellent answers. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos a doutora
We
Margareth.
thank Dr. Margaret for information that makes us concerned. When we talk about pandemics, though, there is a thrill on our backs, but these are important initiatives, these analyses, and today the protocol that's going to be signed as a caveat for us to avoid these chaos. So thank you very much, Dr. Margaret. And at this moment, we will begin the signing ceremony of the protocol for responding to climate emergency due to droughts and fires. Even we had a preface written by Professor Margaret Dalcomo. We would like to invite to the stage the director of the Department of Public Health Emergency of the Ministry of Health, Edenilo Baltazar Barreira Filho, in this act representing the Minister of Health, Alexandre Padilha. The Superintendent Director of SASI, National Department, Paulo Mor Jr. The President, just a reference, Paulo Mor herein representing in this moment the President of the CNI and National Director of SESI, Mr. Ricardo Alban. Also now, I would like to invite the President of the National Council of SESI, Fausto Augusto Jr. The Vice President of FIEJA, Antonio Vilela. And Sanofi's Director of Institutional and Governmental Relations, Caroline Vieira Conte.
lembrando que
And not forgetting that this agreement signed between the Ministry of Health, the Social Services of Industry, SESI, and the National Council of SESI aims to guide the prevention, preparation, response, and recovery in the face of extreme emergency events of droughts and fires, ensuring the health of industry workers and the continuity of the sector's performance.
Agradecemos e para
We
falar
thank and to talk about the partnership, the importance of this document, and the relevance of the content launch for the industry, we would like to invite the Superintendent Director of the SESI National Department, Paulo Mo Jr. Good morning, good afternoon, actually. It is a great pleasure to talk about this protocol. First of all, it's a great pleasure to talk about health in the Congress of Innovation. I once organized the third, fourth, and fifth Congress, and health was not present. Very lightly when we talk about the industry of health. But now, no, now we are talking about the health of families, of the workers, of people, and all the impacts that we find in these for human health. This is something new. I'm very happy with this. And this protocol specifically is something that makes me very proud with all these signatures. And I would like to thank all those involved in this process, starting with the team of SESI, having Emmanuel as the leader, the team of the Ministry of Health, of the board SESI that supported us so much, SESI Rio that also supported Sanofi together in this process. So it's a whole set of articulators so this protocol would take place. What is the basic question? The question is, what is the impact of climate change on the health of population? And we start with three main items. We started last year with a great part as a response to the floods in Rio Grande do Sul, where we had a clear situation facing a flood. What could we do? What could we do? We had many heads giving answers without the appropriate protocol, and the industry didn't know the best way of moving and restructuring itself in such a serious context. And flood also made us think about other contexts linked to climate change that could be addressed. So now in this moment, we are working, delivering this point of the protocol for the point connected to droughts and forest fires, because it's something very relevant and important. And the idea is that until the end of the year in this COP31, we can talk about the impact and create a protocol for rainfalls and points. We had this first for fires, and now we have for rainfalls and heavy rains. This is an extremely important project, and it is a north so that we can know how to work in very serious situations, in very difficult contexts. In this occasion, we had the pleasure of having Professor Margaret Dalcomo writing the preface that made us so proud in this process. And it was interesting. We were talking, and she said, well, I only did the preface because for me it was very interesting. And this gives us a lot of trust with this process. And actually, what is the commitment of the industry in this process?
it's important to know that we have a very well developed and thought out protocol. So in future emergencies that will come, we've reached a point of no return in several aspects. So when we get there, what should be done? What decisions should be taken? What partnerships should be established? How can the private sector how should it interact with the government to avoid problems like we've seen in the past? In the case of Rio Grande do Sul, I remember that pharma companies wanted to offer drugs to the population, but there were no documents signed. And in health, everything's highly regulated. So time of response in a climate emergency, either a drought or a flood or a rainstorm, is vital, really. So having a protocol is something that will help a lot. It's a protocol that's been developed for future use in emergencies that will come. And I hope that society, civil society, can get organized so that the impact of climate change will be mitigated. But we know that in some situations or some aspects, we've reached the point of no return. So we all need to prepare and be aware of what's to come. So with this, once again, I thank all of our partners present for building this process. SESI is very proud. And with this, I turn the floor over to my colleagues. We thank you, and now let's listen to the Institutional Relations Officer from Sanofi, Carolina Riera Conti. Okay, ready. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Paulo. Thank you for the representatives of the ministry and Firjan, to all who have been able to hear the words of Dr. Margarete. They are, actually the reason why this protocol exists. Sanofi, even before the signing of this protocol, had been discussing with CNI and SESI because of the crisis in Rio Grande do Sul. At that occasion, we defined a specific policy on climate emergencies, and this is part of the way we face social vulnerability issues, health issues, and the impact of those in the health of the Brazilian population. We are highly committed, considering non-communicable diseases and neglected diseases, but Sanofi, of course, is not a company that only makes medication. We have a responsibility in relation to the Brazilian population. We try to make, also everything possible so that better health services are provided. In my view, this protocol will serve as a guide for medical services and will establish how the health services should behave in the affected areas, considering also the consequences in terms of those patients that have chronic respiratory diseases. Avoiding risk factors for the population is necessary, and if we have to cope with a crisis, we have to think of how the health system can respond faster and with greater capacity. So, representing Fernando Sampaio, our CEO, I would like to thank once again for this partnership and reiterate that we're ready for the next steps. Thank you. We thank Caroline Riera, and now we'll hear the president of Firjan, Mr. Antonio Vilela. It is a great satisfaction for us from Firjan to be present here. And I would like to congratulate the organizers for connecting. Dr. Margaretti, by the way, I would love to steal one of her slides when she says, she uses the quote from the Pope that, about the culture of caring. This is actually an example of the culture of caring, even though this is not expressed. This means that those of us who are part of the S system, who are represented by Firjan, by the National SESI, the SESI board, and also industry, the Ministry of Health. These are the players, these are the institutions that together create this culture of care and this protocol that needs to be put into practice. Here we have just, a slice of a world in transformation. Dr. Margaret has shown brilliantly that we cannot really escape climate change and their consequences. So all that's left for us to do as managers is to care for the population so that in the case of this signature, we can face respiratory diseases with intelligence instead of a very complex and last minute effort. So I would like to congratulate the Center of Reference of Rio de Janeiro for cooperating with the S system. Thank you. Thank you, Antonio Vilela. Now, let's invite the CEO of SESI, Mr. Fausto Augusto Jr. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, it is a huge satisfaction for us to be launching a new protocol. This represents a lot to us. It means a lot. So, by the way, I would like to greet Professor. We met in Rio. We had a long discussion because in fact, the protocol is an articulation between different projects. It was created during the crisis of Rio Grande do Sul, in which SESI played a key role. It was the private actor contributing the most in responses. We directed teams from all over Brazil. SESI helped in the recovery of the first health units in the city of Canoas. And with this, we amassed a lot of knowledge because it's not only about responding to an emergency, but it's a process of reconstruction of a new, resilient infrastructure. This was all part of that project. And we were in negotiations with the Ministry of Health at that time. We signed an agreement of cooperation with the Ministry of Health with a number of deliverables in the area of innovation. We're talking about from self-service booths, virtual booths, to vaccination in the workplace and information exchanges between the SUS and SESI networks. All of this is part of the protocol and of our agreement, of which, of course, the protocol is one of the deliverables and outcomes. So with the protocol, we made advances in the articulation of the public sector in the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Cities. It was also progress because we brought the S system into the discussion and also industry. So one of the major challenges that we face now in Ubá, if you visited that location, well, it looks like it was bombed, really. It was very impressive. And one of the challenges we face is the wake of a catastrophe. how to resume normality after everything that happened. I think that this is one of the challenges, and the protocol is going to help us in that. There's a shortage of workers in industry, companies lost their inventories, sometimes even the buildings and facilities. So how to deal with this? This is what we're trying to achieve through the discussion of the protocols. In the case of Rio de Janeiro, we face many, many challenges indeed. The events are highly impactful, but not as visible as major floods. This is something we saw last year in the Midwest. There were rolls of smoke crossing the city of Brasilia, and this is very very expressive, also considering the impacts on respiratory conditions. And it's different from what happens in the United States when the Midwest or the Pacific start catching fire, then everything becomes very visible. But this protocol is of great importance for us because a very significant area in Brazil has been expanding, has seen an expansion of the wildfires and man-made fires as well. So we hope to continue contributing. The protocol is not a book, it's a set of actions that need to be implemented. For that, for example, we devise training programs and other actions that will enable us to disseminate the knowledge based on the experiences we've had. I would like to thank Emmanuel. Emmanuel has been leading this project. Also, Roberta. Roberta has been managing the relationship with the Ministry of Health. My regards to Minister Padilha. We've done a lot together in this articulation, and we believe that this is how Brazil will find solutions once we open up dialogue, when we have also spaces for consultation and sharing of knowledge. So may we build a great collaboration after this. Thank you very much, Mr. Fausta. Now, the head of the Department of Emergencies in the Ministry of Health, Edenildo Baltazar, representing the Minister of Health, Mr. Padilha. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting us. Of course, this is a huge challenge representing the minister. I think that for the Minister of Health, this is a crucial moment. There have been many internal discussions on the partnerships we need to make to protect the health of our Brazilian population. And the protocol matches our intent with the adaptation plan, with Adapta SUS, which is also a project we've been strengthening. This is our guide, our mantra, that Minister Padilha monitors on a weekly basis. I think that's precisely in that sense. The protocol calls our attention to the issues caused by wildfires. Sometimes you are really very impressed by the floods, but the drafts are very pervasive, and sometimes they do not cause such of a commotion, but they are very pernicious. So our Department of Public Health Emergencies has been developing contingency plans. We ran drills in different states in the topic of drafts, floods. So it's through actions like this that we strengthen the single health care system, the SUS. And another point is that we need to roll out this protocol on a tripartite fashion, taking this to the states and the municipalities, engaging in discussions with all players. This is what we've been trying to do. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the states of the Southeast, Rio de Janeiro, Espírito Santo, and Minas Gerais. It was a proposal of the basic capacities that we have been discussing. So we have created some instruments so that states can really face these events. We have made a pact with the states. Yesterday, we talked to all regions, and this is the way forward. We need to really make partnerships and make public committees. So thank you very much for listening on behalf of Minister Padilha. Okay, I think you did a very good job representing the minister. Congratulations on the initiatives and on the development of the protocol. You have access to the digital version of the drafts and floods protocol, which can be downloaded from the SESI page in the portal of industry, and also you can just click on the QR code to download it to find out more about the measures. Okay, very well. Well, here at our exhibit space at SESI, we have data from the Health Observatory covering specifically climate change. So be sure to stop by to get a copy. We'll have a lot of important information, and it's very important because this is a battle. This is we are trying to face, to fight fake news with reliable basis so that we can find out more about the impacts. So go ahead and visit us at SESI, and I think it's really worth your time. Thank you very much for inviting us. And of course, this is an invitation to visit all of the booths. At 2 p.m., we'll come back, and you're all invited to participate in the awards ceremony that will take place at 4 p.m. in the auditorium. We'll be back at 2 p.m. You can enjoy lunch at the lower level. At WTC, we have some outlets where you can have dinner and lunch.
Justa, nosso presente é uma energia justa, para cada dos brasileiros justa, essa energia é a gente que faz.
Sabia que a Petrobras é quem mais investe em transição energética no Brasil?
Não é à toa que é a empresa mais inovadora do nosso país.
A Petrobras é líder na transição energética justa. Justa para todos, justa para você.
Petrobras, o Brasil é a nossa energia.
Justa!
A FINEP vive um momento único e intensificou nos últimos 3 anos o apoio à pesquisa, ao desenvolvimento tecnológico e à inovação. Mas o desafio é claro, levar essas oportunidades a quem transforma ideias em soluções em todas as regiões do Brasil. Para isso, nasce o FINEP pelo Brasil, uma jornada nacional de eventos presenciais, com a meta de alcançar 100 cidades. FINEP, inovação que transforma o Brasil.
Sabe quando o futuro do Brasil acontece?
Quando o campo abastece, acontece. E o forno se aquece, acontece. O país inteiro cresce, o futuro acontece. A construção resplandece, acontece. E a carga sobe e desce, acontece. Nossa gente se fortalece, o futuro acontece. O futuro acontece com o BNDES.
Isso é bom para todo mundo. BNDES, Brasil, União e Reconstrução.
Tem o som que vem da rua, tem cinema no sertão, tem criança no ginásio com talento de montão, tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil em ação. O
governo do Brasil está do lado da cultura, do esporte, do meio ambiente, da ciência, da educação, da inclusão e do povo brasileiro. É assim que o desenvolvimento chega, a oportunidade vira realidade e o nosso país avança. Tem patrocínio, tem governo do Brasil.
Inovar hoje não é só criar, é chegar a tempo. A Embrapi existe porque a inovação é urgente. Um modelo pensado para encurtar o caminho entre pesquisa e vida real. Os desafios vêm das empresas, a solução da ciência. Nós conectamos quem precisa inovar com quem sabe fazer. A Embrapi direciona o potencial nacional de pesquisa para um futuro tão tecnológico e inovador quanto brasileiro.
Interpretar cenários, prever tendências e liderar a mudança. Este é o DNA do Itaú. São décadas desenvolvendo um modo de trabalhar que impulsiona a evolução. Em 2025, a inclinação do Itaú em buscar o novo e transformar a realidade do setor consolidou o nascimento do ICTI, o Instituto de Ciência e Tecnologia do Itaú. O ICTI é um movimento que conecta o mundo acadêmico, pesquisadores e especialistas do mercado para pensar e trabalhar juntos, para prever cenários e as tecnologias dos próximos anos, consolidando o Instituto como lugar para se pensar, capacitar e fomentar inovação. Feito de futuro.
O ICTI tem a missão de desenvolver e fomentar tecnologias que possam ser incorporadas nos nossos produtos e serviços, e o grande objetivo dele no final é abreviar o ciclo entre pesquisa e criação de produto.
Com o ICTI, surge um ambiente robusto de inovação, voltado para o avanço de novas pesquisas e transformação dessas descobertas em soluções inovadoras, fortalecendo todo o ecossistema ao gerar impacto em todas as frentes. Com mais de 50 pesquisas ativas em inteligência artificial, computação quântica, machine learning, entre outras frentes, o Instituto apoia mais de 80 pesquisadores em parceria com as principais universidades do Brasil e do mundo. A força do ICTI e seus esforços já começam a impactar o mercado e ser parte da realidade. É com conhecimento e informação que se abrem novas fronteiras, se desvendam desafios complexos e surgem novas realidades.
Time flies, and so do we. That's why we are ready for the future, right now. That once impossible dream that took off from a dirt runway in the heart of Brazil now soars across all continents with aircraft renowned for their efficiency, quality, and safety. We have cultivated generations of talent, establishing ourselves at the forefront of global technological development. Our innovative solutions are present in space, air, sea, land, and cyberspace. And we are developing technologies for a new world, following a consistent flight plan towards sustainable growth, honoring the history of challenges and the people who brought us here. Embraer.
Prêmio Nacional de Inovação. Prêmio Nacional de Inovação 2025. Prêmio Nacional de Inovação 2026. Categoria Descarbonização. Grandes empresas. Finalistas: Natura.
justa. Nosso presente é uma energia justa. Pra cada um dos brasileiros justa. Essa energia é a gente que faz.
Sabia que a Petrobras é quem mais investe em transição energética no Brasil?
Não é à toa que é a empresa mais inovadora do nosso país.
A Petrobras é líder na transição energética justa. Justa para todos, justa para você.
Petrobras, o Brasil é a nossa energia.
Justa!
A FINEP vive um momento único e intensificou nos últimos 3 anos o apoio à pesquisa, ao desenvolvimento tecnológico e à inovação. Mas o desafio é claro, levar essas oportunidades a quem transforma ideias em soluções em todas as regiões do Brasil. Para isso, nasce o FINEP pelo Brasil, uma jornada nacional de eventos presenciais, com a meta de alcançar 100 cidades. FINEP, inovação que transforma o Brasil.
Sabe quando o futuro do Brasil acontece?
Quando o campo abastece, acontece. E o forno se aquece, acontece. O país inteiro cresce, o futuro acontece. A construção resplandece, acontece. E a carga sobe e desce, acontece. Nossa gente se fortalece, o futuro acontece. O futuro acontece com BNDES.
Isso é bom para todo mundo. BNDES, Brasil, União e Reconstrução.
Tem o som que...
Inovar hoje não é só criar, é chegar.
Interpretar cenários, prever tendências e liderar a mudança. Este é o DNA do Itaú.
Boa tarde a todos. Espero que tenham aproveitado esse momento do intervalo para visitar os estandes, conhecer também o espaço destinado à jornada de inovação da indústria.
To the journey of innovation of the industry. And I hope you are excited because now, after the presentations, we have the National Award for Innovation. So, in the second day of our Congress, this event is organized by the National Confederation of Industry, CNI, and the Brazilian Micro and Small Business Support Service, SEBRAE. And it is an initiative of the Business Mobilization for Innovation, MEI, and it has its co-realizers Iovaldo Lodi Institute, National Service for Industrial Learning, SENAI, Social Service of Industry, SESI. The strategic support of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of the Government of Brazil, MCTI, the diamond sponsorship of the Brazilian Company for Industrial Research and Innovation, Embrapi, the financier of studies and projects, FINEP and Petrobras, the gold sponsorship of Embraer and Grupo Boticário, the silver sponsorship of Bosch, the National Development Bank, BNDES, Rockwell Automation, Siemens, Itaú, Natura, and Vale, and the institutional support of the OCB system and the National Institute of Industrial Property, INPI. In line with ESG practices, we have adopted measures to reduce environmental impacts, prioritizing responsible waste management and social compensation. We inform you that both stages have simultaneous transition service. If you need this feature, please use the headphones available at the entrance. Throughout the panels, there will be interaction with the public, and the questions will be received through the QR code displayed on the screens and can be incorporated into the conduct or the debates of the mediator. To participate, just access and send your contribution. I remember that we are also live on CNE's YouTube channels. And now we are returning to a fundamental issue for the industry, energy transition. Energy transition is one of the big axes of industrial competitiveness. The challenge is to balance sustainability, costs, and energy security. For this dialogue, we invite to the stage the director of ANEEL, Agnes da Costa, the Director of Innovation at Casa dos Eventos, João Caldas, and the General Manager of Sustainability, Roberta Alves Mendes from Petrobras. The moderator of this panel will be the President of Tupi, Rafael Lucchesi.
Bom painel.
Good afternoon. Our mission here is not to leave you fall asleep after our lunch. We have stars of the national debate that have very strong messages, and I believe you will be very interested in all we have to say. And it's essential. Energy transition has to be understood in three fundamental dimensions: social, economic, and ecological. We live in a planet with more than 8 billion people, and the next decades reaching 9, and 70% of this population live in cities. Even with the gain of efficiency of energy efficiency in the next 2 decades, we have to increase in 30% energy availability, which puts this topic much more than a vision of energy availability than energy transition. And we have the synergies. If we analyze availability and use in Brazil per capita compared to US, we will have 6 to 7, 8 times the same time. If we compare Brazil with Africa, we have fewer possibilities. And this is included in the discussion when we talk about the emissions, because it is fair that in a country that is emerging, we will be placed in a less comfortable situation in terms of emission compared to other countries in terms of energy generation. And this opens a window of opportunity that has a big advantage in this debate with a great potential for green energy. And without further ado, trying to entertain you in our debate, I would like to start with a first question to all the participants. Tackling on the Brazilian position, Brazil has increasing its participation, and this is a competitive edge that is relevant considering our comparative advantages. In practical terms, these advantages are being captured by the companies, and what solutions are feasible for this competition when we are talking about Brazil? Let's start with you, Roberto, and with a company that represents 10% of the Brazilian GDP and with a lot of activities here in Brazil, right? So let's start with you. Thank you, Lucas. Good afternoon to all. I thank CNI for this invitation to be part of this panel, and certainly Petrobras is very important to the country concerning our development as a society. And what we have thought in Petrobras as a strategy, especially, is to take care of decarbonization of our operational assets. And this decarbonization is something that grows through the development of many technologies, equipment that run today using emissions of greenhouse gases. We can think in electric equipment, but then we will have the demand for electric energy. And the strategy that we are trying to do is to place scenarios of markets for demands. What will be this demand in the future, 2015 and so on? And Petrobras is the first time that we are thinking until 2050. And this 2050 brings enormous challenges, especially of products that we deliver now, either for light vehicles, heavy and bigger vehicles. What products are these? What is the percentage? How can our market maintain with the supply of this primary energy? And we have reinforced very well because we already see regulatory benefits with biodiesel that is very important. So this has increased in biodiesel and in in our daily activities. And we try to adjust our park to these renewable materials in the moment. I would highlight some phases of our journey of energy transmission, and this is what can we adapt in terms of feedstocks and what we have in terms of processed materials, and some refineries already have this increase of renewable content. We have the decarbonization of the operations, and last but not least, we have the roadmap of business but depends very much of the regulatory environment, and that will regulate all of this, allowing us to have safety to operate all of this. And last but not least, new products of low carbon, new energies that currently Petrobras is not accessing, though it could. But it's a balance, right? And energy transition will be negotiate with our oil and gas. So we are trying to do our role as an industry, as a company, and like this, we pull this industry of oil and gas as well with reduction of carbon emissions, the decarbonization, having our park optimized to new products. Very good, Roberto. Long-term vision based on decarbonization, energy transition, development of a technological package, a connection with a new green economy, and the regulatory aspects that are so important. But we have now a modern industry with an asset. How important this same footprint for the same question is the regulatory environment that pushes the economic environment more for the long term? How can we create safety for the agents that can think on the long term? How can this be translated in all this agenda of energy transition? Thank you, Lucas. Good afternoon, everybody. I believe that the very simple word is that we have many efforts in many areas, and everybody has to see what we are seeing because Brazil developed many policies linked to renewable energies and much before because of our natural resources spread out through the territory. And when we analyze the history for other transitions that we have seen, we developed a whole industry. And with this industry of biofuels, we are developing biomass as a generator of energy, more for the electric sector. When we have a potential that is hydropower use and controlled and helping to develop this potential and to bring all this energy, we have to create our national interconnected system of transmission. So we have a technology that depends on the availability of the resources and the choices that we have to make throughout time. So when we come to the Ministry of Mines and Energy, I was working there before the COVID, and when after the COVID that Europe saw that we were far from reaching the targets of NDC and Paris Agreement, that a lot of resources had to be injected in the economy, then we saw that it would be important to place public resources to reactivate the economy. And then everybody started speaking about energy transition and all our policies. We need to organize what we have, but occupy a position in this kind of discussion, showing that Brazil has 46% of its energy matrix clean, and also with the electrical grid in a clean energy as well. Like this, we ripe the fruit. And now today we have this new policy for the use of energy, the National Plan of Hydrogen, and the other ministries of the industrialization. And we were putting the different policies of the different ministries aligned to only one movement. We have an industry, and it will exist either green or not. But since we have the possibility of turning it into a green and gain a better space in the diplomatic arena with new markets, we always have to think how we can become an exporter of added value products, not only a country that export commodities. And this change our whole public policy in the area of energy as of 2021. And now going to the electrical industry, it is a very renewable industry. So the industries as a whole are benefiting from this, and we see, for instance, all the steel industry in the Northeast more electrified than the rest of the world. This is a competitive edge, right? And of course, we have to analyze the carbon market, how we check the intensity of carbon in our products, but we have this advantage. But in the electric industry, doesn't matter that we have a more renewable points, but for the electric sector, we see that a lot of industries show a trend for electrification, and we have this challenge with the expansion of the transmission. This is a Brazil challenge, but also we see it in the rest of the world. And then we have to analyze all the new technologies that can become a part of this fantastic renewable electric sector, just like a pipeline. We see what we are doing in terms of regulations. Sometimes it takes more than a year because there are very technical and intense debates to reach a rule that is the most transparent and clear as possible for the market that is going to invest. But what we do in now is talk with the ministries, and it's a little bit more this of the public institutions, and we see a great institutional learning that helps us to have more clarity in the potential that we have and how can we put efforts together to make the businesses feasible. So this is a good panel for the assembly to the hydroenergetic industry, because we have rain, we have water, the lines of connection, and all the planning that is needed to reach in surplus of biomass and all the regulatory package that provides availability. And it is an industrial policy, a new industrial policy. So going to the private sector with the capacity of restructuring actions, what is your opinion of the role in terms of this commercial competitive advantage of Brazil? How the private sector can capture this as a potential energy, as an element to help our development? Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to thank for the invitation. It's an honor to be here with Agnes and here with Petrobras. We are leaders in renewables, and in the next year, we already develop the equivalent of the Brazilian energy matrix with the projects that we have done. And Agnes mentioned that the national industry is already monetized in this character in the transmissions of aluminum, for instance, with the perspective of brew alcohol. And something that we have in Brazil is something that is interconnected, and we don't have it in the United States. They don't have the flexibility that we have today. And what have we done this to bring to the industry?
So it is discussing to have competitive and sustainable energy. That's the binomial purpose that we have. So we try to have predictability of cost in the contract. So for the large consumers, mid-sized companies, so we've been able to bring to our customers not only competitiveness for energy, but also sustainability. It is actually an agenda that could start with companies' ESG, actually considering scope 2, but we have been very successful. We had the largest contract of wind and sun power in the country. We are very transversal in the industry, so we have customers from the mining industry, steel production, large partners of the industry, not only the basic industry of high technical qualification for all the economic segments over data centers. We have several clients in all areas of the economy, leveraging the ability of being able to access competitive energy, predictable in the long term. I think this is another driver for Brazil, right, Lucchesi? As datum, few markets in the world can you actually sign long-term contracts with assurances that allows the company to have a business plan that is immune to instabilities of energy fluctuation. Not only the renewable future brings lower cost and stability because of the war. This is a topic that is being very much discussed. A lot of matrices depend on the oil, gas, and natural gas, oil and gas prices. So, and our matrix goes through this competitive differential to have the long-term assurance and have contracts signed with the industry, bringing this predictability that is so important to our competitiveness on an international level. Very nice, João. You have shown all the articulation potential and that Casa dos Ventos has in boosting this Brazilian competitive advantage. Roberta, thinking about this in this first round of questions that you have very well explored this country agenda, and Petrobras being a company that is connected to a country agenda, how do you see the green energy agenda of the energy transition, but with a new possibility of Brazilian reindustrialization from productive decarbonization, and all of this connected to the new financing mechanisms of the regulated market that is put as an additional potential, an additional strength of a clean mix or matrix for Brazil for driving several segments, green steel, green chemistry to green economy. How do you see that, and how Petrobras, as a strategic company, Brazil-wide, is a pillar for this agenda, or a main point, or a main player? Well, very good question. I'm going to mention a few numbers published in the business plan of Petrobras. Petrobras as a large engineering, geology, company of geophysics and exploration, a lot of engineering. We bet a lot on research, development, and innovation. In our previous business plan for 2020 to 2030, we declared investment in energy transition of $13 billion in the next 5 years. So of these 13, this helps to materialize what Lucchesi asked. Of these 13, 4 billion is for the decarbonization of our operations. This is why I said decarbonization is important. When we talk about decarbonization, we bring, well, when we think about new equipment, we are also thinking about electrifying our FPSOs, so the ships that we have offshore. So we bring that to the country, be it new devices, well, electric ones, but it is a journey. The cost is very high for us to decarbonize all our operations, and it will require an amount of energy that is extremely high. Today, for example, an FPSO consumes an amount of energy that we use in the very production to generate energy that we need on the platform for the production. Well, it's like a city of 200, 300,000 of inhabitants, only one FPSO, which is a production ship. We're talking on pre-salt. So it's a very high demand. As we decarbonize our operations, we bring the industry, but we will have an additional challenge, which is generating energy. And now we're thinking how we can generate this energy offshore and onshore, because we won't be able to get into the grid and have a city of 300,000 inhabitants at times some operational units that Petrobras has. Otherwise, we're going to consume all of the energy. In addition of the 4 billion that we have of decarbonization, we have a forecast of investment of $3 billion in what we call low carbon energy, communicating with Casa dos Ventos. We're going after technologies of wind generation, onshore, offshore, photovoltaic, hydrogen, through electricity demands a lot of energy. CCOS, Petrobras is the company that most produces CCOS in the world. We capture CO2 from the pre-salt production and we inject in the gas containers a lot of enriched CO2. So we do that naturally at our pre-salt. It's an example as to how we made a production considering avoiding the emission of CO2. And so we are finalizing the technical document CVC of renewable energy along with BNDES, FINEP, and Petrobras as finances of CVC. Of these $5 billion are for bioproducts, biodiesel, biomethane, ethanol, and we are adapting our refineries to receive this biomass and lastly, PDI, the area I represent. So we declared an increase in the past 5 years, and for this current business plan of 20% of investment in research, development, and innovation from low carbon to 40%. We declared twice as much because Petrobras understands that through the research and development innovation, we can speed up those technologies to become more competitive and also help the country in reindustrializing. So we have been accessing, in addition to all the funding that we have from the company that we need to invest through the lots of regulations. So we have taken part of tenders because we believe that this collaboration with the fostering agencies, along with this ecosystem that we have in the country, there is great reinforcement at universities, the private institutions, all the industry ecosystem. So we have set several collaboration agreements. I'm going to wrap up here, but this feasibility for the Brazilian reindustrialization will have to be multi-sectoral, multi-player in the ecosystem. Everybody should know their role, coordinating everything and integrating things, finding out synergy points of common denominators for us to move forward in those great challenges. Petrobras is structuring itself to develop different ecosystems, many technologies I've mentioned here, so that we can take this step. And lastly, we have SMR, so small modular nuclear. So those are reactors that we started studying on that could be a solution for us to electrify our FPSO. So we're using a lot of research development and innovation to help the country in this agenda of decarbonization and energy transition. A package of investment of $13 billion, $4 billion in decarbonization, 3 billion low carbon energy, in addition to driving a whole industrial chain. What this drives in terms of knowledge, technology, and innovation is certainly an extraordinary driver for our strategy. Agnes, thinking about the regulatory agenda, how can you transform green energy in a sustainable cycle of developing the decarbonization? And what do we have as regulatory assets? And what's missing? You know, the dark side of the moon is the award of the answer. Yeah, going back. It's very renewable. It's not a goal itself to increase renewability. We have several assets that can be renewed, and we're very happy with that. When we think about industry, what's been very relevant in the past years is what we've had in the free market. So for residential consumers, so the whole industry can migrate to that. What does it mean? The industry can go after a contract that can be better. So, with the modulation that we think there should be, etc. But today you have a much stronger market in terms of generators, commercializing agents, and we have much richer possibility of hiring or contracting energy linked to the way consumers use energy. Now we talk about free consumers and free use. So we had a recent regulation for self-production. We had in the past a self-producer, the guy that was going to develop it in the late 2000, a small hydroelectric plant for its own industry. Over time, regulation evolved, and we had all the debates on participation in self-production or, with types of stocks. It's the way several industries could have access to energy of the self-producer in the 15 to 69. Perhaps we tied it up. Perhaps we had an exploration of this model generating costs to others as self-producers do not pay some charges, etc. So we organized everything in the electric industry. So those are models that allow consumers from the industry, the larger ones, to find something that is more customizable for their needs. So those are free consumers. When we look ahead, we talk a lot about generators. So we have several types of sources. You have sun source in one place, and then a PCH in the other place. So regulate hybrid projects. So you can combine sources. Now we're designing regulation for batteries, storage systems. I have a very interesting process underway. So we hope to approve it this year. We'll get the regulation simplified because regulation says if it's electric mobility, these are the specificities. So today everything is distributed electricity. For those that inject energy, they can be operable, monitorable, and everybody that consumes can be the same. So we're looking into the regulation to look into the very important aspect, the operation of the electric system. How can you observe it, operate it, everything that is hanging there? So resources will hang in the transmission system, generator and distributor. Today, distributed energy resources are all over the place in people's places, etc. So we are taking a ruling that has been kind of added with new technologies to try to simplify it and say what we want is to have this possibility operate, observe, and monitor. It doesn't matter whether you're a battery, a car, whatever. It's very interesting work ahead. So I think it's a bit of that. So the agents also bring that to us. We had a recent discussion. João is also dealing with this. 2 years from up to now, people want to have access to transmission. Everybody wants to have access, large consumers, data centers, hydrogen, large industries. And the Brazilian transmission system is a large compound. Everybody pays for that. 50% is paid by consumption and 50% by generation. And then we must have a planning of that, how you think about that, as it's been said, optimizing the electric system. So we have studies, part of the energy companies looking at that. We map out demand, map out the supply. So we have several reports, and we have a transmission auction tomorrow at B3, the first one this year, and it will take place tomorrow. And we have the whole planning, and then halfway through, people say, I want to set up a data center here, a gigantic hydrogen plant over there, so on and so forth. And we say, the work is of coordinator and agents understanding this philosophy, because transmission is not quickly implemented. Till 2015, when we talked about transmission projects, the execution timing was 4 years, and that generated great problems to people waiting for transmission. Then we extended it to 7 years. So after the tender, we have 7 years for the projects to be installed. So several batches. So we have a very efficient transmission system that we are enhancing. If you want to join a system like this, it's not just asking what has improved in the past years. For generators, you have to bring a guarantee, an assurance. If you want to connect, you have to bring an assurance. If you're not sending energy, you're going to pay. And as of last year, we did the same thing for large consumers. A lot of people were announcing a lot of data center, hydrogen plant all over the place, and then it's a fortune in billions of reais that you have to implement to take the transmission. All of a sudden, the project is not feasible, and there's no commitment to that grid. So this is something that has been enhanced and updated. So from the regulatory standpoint, our goal is to enable investments to be more efficient and careful. To have a robust system like this requires cost from society, so we must be responsible regarding that. Very good, very broad panel. João, you talked about the leadership position of Casa de Vendas in the agenda of renewables. How do you view the country agenda from an element that drives private businesses that are extremely promising? And if you could rank which segments Brazil presents more competitive edge, considering this transversality that you operate in the Casa dos Ventos? What is the agenda that you think that we have more competitive power, and which segments? Giving a hierarchy. Your question is very geopolitical. Let me try to keep to energy here. I was looking here, we cover over 11 sectors of the economy. In industry, we help over 5 million tons of CO2 in scope 2 in those companies, the reduction. I was giving an example of interstate São Paulo. I visited a metal industry that had a kiln for steel recycling. You probably understand this better than I. So there are several electric ones that consume a lot of energy. This metal industry, they had all pipeline, thermal treatment, everything was electric. That was 20, 30 years ago when the industry was set up there. No names to be mentioned. And a while ago, 5 years ago, I visited it there. It was just gas. Just the kiln could not be changed. It was still electric. At what time has Brazil lost in which electricity is so competitive and it has long-term advantages for those companies to take a step back to consume gas at some point? And there was some kind of stress. They had some fun years in 2013, 14 with absurd electricity prices. But this brings us certain today. I think the industry has this much more interesting scenario to hire long-term energy and bring predictability than perhaps 10 years, 20 years ago.
When you ask the question, and you will remember this more than I, 40 years ago, Brazil exported more goods than China and Korea together. We saw a loss of competition internationally, but this is out of the electric industry. Here we have capacity of having arrangement, and even Agnes mentioned some modalities of high production. High production is a mechanism that is interesting that we have in Brazil because we bring in the consumer as the leader of the expansion of the generation. So when he or they become a partner, they are exposed to risks. They are betting on they are investing, not betting on the expansion of the generation of the country. So nothing more fair than for him to have some kind of attractiveness on this. So we have several forms of leveraging, especially exporters and the part related to the industry, how it can be more competitive internationally. And the discussion goes beyond the electric industry. In the electric industry, we have all the tools so that we can be better positioned in a competitive edge. So, shorter answers now so that we can do this in the 20 minutes that are left to us. So, in this point of geopolicy that strengthens the Brazilian position, the current war strengthens the Brazilian position, and how the perspective of the energy market in the future tends to strengthen our agenda of renewables. And then, Roberto, this demand of energy is changing so fast, especially data center artificial intelligence. I believe that this is a little bit far from the objective of your company, but how can we capture elements of the fourth industrial revolution? And how can this be an element to push a more sophisticated economy in Brazil? Well, we are discussing this a lot in the company. Our business, and I was talking with Neva at the back, our business is of explorers. We have many geologists and geophysics in the companies. They are brilliant. They discovered our reserves. But actually, when we think on this disruption, this fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, and everything that it can leverage in terms of technology to our country, we already started an in-house conversation. If we can supply a big electrical supplier of energy to a data center, because we are a big company with big investments, we have capital, we can invest, we need choices for the future. So we have thought in our strategic plan, and we have done very simple approaches. We have analyzed the markets, and the markets now we don't analyze only the products, the fossil products that we use. We have analyzed other markets and especially data centers. It would be a very different project compared to what we have today. So it's very difficult to fit a ball into a square because we are all structured to oil and gas, but it's a big challenge to Petrobras. But we are willing to do these tests. So on paper, everything is possible, but we have thought about other markets. And in this case, I return to the previous strategy. Recently in Regata, we are producing the first electron of self-production of the industry, a photovoltaic plant of huge size to help in the decarbonization of Regata, a refinery that is in Betim, Minas Gerais. Why am I saying this? It's part of the big strategy. At the end of last year, we acquired a company that has a photovoltaic park of mid-size. I don't remember the figures actually, but it's inside Bahia. And we are moving forward in this generation of electric energy, focusing not only on the molecule, our current business, but also in a way to help positioning ourselves in a company of energy beyond oil and gas, and like this to make available a possibility of supplying this energy. And let's have data centers coming here because we have many opportunities and we are able to supply this electrical sustainable energy benefiting the growth of our country. So it is very difficult to leave and have a project somehow in the initial stages approved by the company in this sense, but we are analyzing all these markets, and yes, we have studied different projects for the supply of energy, electric energy to different markets, and not only for our own consumption, but we learn when we install a photovoltaic in a refinery, we learn with the new engineering, we learn how we can optimize it, and we want to, but this is very different from our current approach. Yes, but in the United States, you have 800 in Europe, 700 in India, China, United States. The potential is huge. So, how do you see all of this, thinking about the action of ANEL? What about this as a return, this agenda, not only of data centers, but of sophistication to new business, to a new economy? And how Brazil can have regulatory tools to push this further. Well, I have very good eyes in this direction. We have to prepare the country to benefit from this kind of investment, so as to speak. And when we hear this discussion about a data center more specifically, I haven't done this follow-up very closely, but we were talking a lot about sovereignty, data, but in a policy where you attract this kind of investment to be able to preserve some points that are important, for instance, data sovereignty, the connection of universities for generation of knowledge. So what I've seen more from afar is to try to attract the investments for data center in Brazil, but analyzing this as an opportunity of adding intelligence to the country. This is super important. Then we go back to the point of AI, and the electrical industry is interesting. How much data do we generate? So there are several challenges. If you see in China, everybody has internet a meter. In Brazil, we don't. It's very relevant. The ministry has released the ordinance this year providing more guidelines about the installation of smart meters because we hear about data, but then the user can generate better their own consumption. We are studying the white rate that already exists. And what is this? If for you to indicate to such a consumer, even if it's not a big industrial consumer, that there is a rate where we have an off-peak and peak moments, and then we can find it cheaper if we don't use in the on-peak moment. So we need data to turn the use of the system more efficient, and we need data to avoid redundancy because if we cannot make people consume electrical energy in an efficient way, there are periods of the day or times of the day with a lot of energy, and then we have to create forms of flow for this energy and increasing our systems of distribution, focusing on a specific time of the day that you can use it, not avoiding surpluses. So it's important to use data of the electrical industry to see exactly what we can do And like this, the agents can answer better and we can optimize the size of the investment. Of course, it's even funny this because we have an industry of generation where it's a very thriving industry, and the problem is abundance. There are those wanting to invest in all our sources, and we don't have a demand growing on the same speed. Anyhow, everybody knows that this transition system is needed, and so we have to be coordinator, and we need a part of intelligence and a part of data. If we think, even you who have been leaders of great operations in these points, how can we include this as a leverage, even because of the average temperature in this agenda of data center? Rio Grande do Sul is more competitive than Ceará. What about this point of the territory, the drivers of economic expansion? Well, the question is more related to data center. Yeah, but you can place also AI too. Everything related to the fourth industrial revolution. We see that the demand for data processing is huge. It's not only through AI that we use in the cell phone. Currently, everybody is using it, right? But the industry automation, all the part of robotization, mechanization that we find in the electric sector, ANS has a colossal challenge to optimize the system. So we have a lot of telemetry to be performed. So the trend is to not be so repeating the same thing. Agnes mentioned the proposal of the government, and today Brazil has two-thirds of its data processing demand done abroad. So the idea was it to bring it back here. There are some barriers, of course, but Brazil has this demand. And you mentioned the amount of data centers here in Brazil, Lucas, and I believe this is 0.5% of the energy consumption here in Brazil. So if you compare with other matrices, it's nothing, right? And we still are in a low level compared to the consumption of the matrices. So demand is coming, the demand exists, but once again, it boils down to competition. Is it competitive to place them here in Brazil? Because we are talking about millionaire investments that depend on imported equipment, pieces of equipment like microprocessors, and we know that Brazil don't produce them. So the taxes on this can make things unfeasible. But we imagine that there is demand and we bet on this. We have worked in other projects trying to make it feasible through partnerships, and that some projects become feasible. We were very successful in the first phase in a project in Ceará. You mentioned Ceará. These are projects through partners that will represent the largest data center in Latin America. It's being already built with 100% renewable energy, a long-term contract. And you asked about temperatures, right? Of course, the softer temperatures are more favorable to data centers because it's a relevant part of the consumption is or refrigeration of the environment, right? But the little I understood of the sector, my sector is the electrical one, is that the refrigeration systems, they have evolved a lot. They are closed. There is also water that was mentioned. There is a study of the Brazilian Association of Data Centers saying that 80% of these constructions in Brazil are using closed circuits. There is a lot of chemistry too, not only water. And the consumption of water is not a topic in Brazil, although we have a relevant availability of water. Only 20% of the operational data centers here in Brazil today have a system. So there is a difference in Rio Grande do Sul. We see a good possibility of a generation of energy, and in modern systems, this is less relevant. There is a point that reinforces the scale of artificial intelligence in the United States with the demand of energy will be so big that it will be natural to countries that have capacity infrastructure like Brazil to naturally look for its internal transmission of this business, bringing it down here. If two-thirds can come even by gravity, even by because of their prioritization, the companies in the United States will make escalation of their own market. Compliment, Roberto. Yeah, something I forgot to speak. I talked a lot about Petrobras supplying energy, but we are also a big consumer of data centers. So all our models, geophysicals, mathematical models that we use, geology, engineering of reservoirs, the use of HPC is very intensive, high performance computers, right? We use a lot in CPUs, we have them, and all these pieces of equipment. We have an ambitious plan of revamping these clusters because our algorithms become more and more sophisticated. And the machines that we have in the data centers, they cannot handle them all. And so we have to simulate things faster to see our direction. I visited some data centers, and there is one abroad when they are placing the plates submerged in mineral oil, gaining a little bit more efficiency. And if you look for, we become one of the top ones in supercomputers around the world. And what we have seen is that these supercomputers, they are becoming very efficient energetically, very much. From one family to another, I don't remember the technical terms now, but we gain from in 4 years, 5 years, well, we make a change, a reduction of 60% in the consumption. So it's a point of care. We have no questions that artificial intelligence will increase, but the hardware comes together, and somehow even the software embedded will turn this hardware with a better efficiency. Of course, a big electric energy demand will there be, but with these experience that I have with the HPCs allocated to the industry of oil and gas, they have become much more efficient. They deliver more capacity of processing using less energy. So it's also something that we hope to see, and it will come. And we need more data, and we have to make more accounts with less intensity, generating and spending less. Very good, reinforcing a point that you mentioned a few years ago in an immersion of May. We visit some national laboratories, and we saw the frontier of our packages of processing and computing. It was exactly that oils, chemical solutions for the cooling down and having greater efficiency in the process. This is the technological route, closed systems, and very little environmental impact. So this is an element pushing forward the new economy, and we need to find a regulation to allow Brazil to move in this route. So we only have 4 minutes to close. I had the honor to mediate this debate, showing here positions of leadership of women, the women empowerment, very important, the super articulated presence of Roberto and Agnes with a great capacity of providing information. João also was brilliant, showing the competency of the structuring of private operations in an agenda that is essential to Brazil, that CNA May Innovation Congress has included as a central topic for an agenda of development for Brazil. Certainly, power sure, the green energy, green economy, bioeconomy, circular economy. I see Davi there who counting the time. He is the leader of the discussion in CNI. These are key elements to move this construction in the future. And thank you all, a full audience here for this important agenda on reflection about Brazil. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos aos painelistas, ao Lucchesi.
We'd like to thank the panel members and Lucchesi also for conducting the debate. Now we can have a photo.
Muito obrigada mais uma vez.
Once again, thank you very much. I'd like you to take your seats. I'd like to remind you that after this next panel, we're going to have the National Innovation Award ceremony starting at 4:30. And I invite you all. It's a moment of high expectations here at our conference.
E dando continuidade
To
agora
continue with our program, COP has been a great experience for the country and left important lessons for the Brazilian industrial strategy. How to transform international commitments into concrete implementation. For this panel, we invite to the stage the Vice President of Sustainability, Legal and Corporate Communication of Natura, Ana Costa,
a CEO da COP30, Ana
CEO of COP30, Ana Toni,
a sócia-presidente da
the
Systemic
managing partner of Systemic Latin America, Patricia Ellen da Silva,
e o moderador deste painel,
and the moderator of this panel, CNI Superintendent of Environment and Sustainability, Davi Bom Tempo.
Bom painel.
Enjoy the panel.
Bom, muito boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be here at this traditional event, a yearly event of innovation, and even more so to see the topic of sustainability increasingly present, of decarbonization, energy transition being part of the schedule, the debate, and certainly interacting a lot with the innovation agenda that has a lot to contribute to this pathway. I have three very influential characters here in this agenda. Natura bringing its viewpoint, Ana Toni as COP30 CEO, and Patricia Ellen bringing all her knowledge so that we can increasingly more be inserted in this new economy, in this new global order, and bring along with the sustainability agenda the agenda of competitiveness. Both words cannot move separately. They're very much interconnected. And certainly our country, Brazil, has a lot to show in terms of competitive edge, and hence have a market that is more open, with much more access, a much more efficient legal framework that at the end of the day can contribute increasingly more so that we can move forward in the competitiveness agenda. When we bring this panel of legacy learning of COP30, we have several viewpoints. COP30, the view of CNI, is a process. Actually, all the COPs that take place in the months of November They have several events and cornerstones that until we get to November and then consolidate everything that has been discussed. There are opportunities that CNI taps throughout the year with new initiatives of the private sector. Last year in March, we launched the Sustainable Business Corp, a CNI initiative in which we were able to gather a large number of companies, chambers of commerce, and a lot of associations, international organizations, approximately 40 million companies if we count all the bases in this initiative. And certainly several topics have been demanded so that we could develop recommendations and hence create a transition agenda for the new economy, energy transition, as it's been discussed previously, bioeconomy, nature-based solutions, circular economy, sustainable finance, very transversal or cross-cutting topic as green skills and green jobs. Each of those topics has been led by a Brazilian CEO, but they were able to bring several others from overseas, as in food systems. Tomazoni led by JBS, but he brought the CEO of PepsiCo, of Bunge. So we had an international view on what should be done on each of those topics. It was a journey conducted over the year of 2025, very well known, but a different one, different mobilization that always seeks to boost businesses and bring more competitiveness, show the role of the private sector in this agenda of transition to this new economy. This is how we start. I'm going to turn over to each one of the panelists so that they can share their view in terms of what has been important as legacy and learnings of COP30. More than that, look ahead. What is missing? How is Brazil positioning itself? What would be the most strategic agenda? We've talked about energy, but we talked about data centers, critical minerals. We move forward in new technologies such as hydrogen, CCUS. There are several fronts, and as we advance, Brazil becomes a reference of this new economy. I'm going to start with Anatoni. I think she's very much embedded in all the debates and all the preparation for Belém, and she's going to bring this viewpoint and all the continuous work she's been carrying out, along with the whole team of the presidency of COP30. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with Anna, Patricia, and David. Great to continue our debate, right, David? The first thing I'd like to say is thank CNI and all CNI partners for the partnership we've had throughout the year. David said that was a process for building COP30, not only the 2 weeks, it was a process, and we were very close to CNI throughout the process to understand what we needed to take to COP30. When I think about COP30's legacy, it was a unique experience, especially for those that were there. I joke that it was just like, ferocious games, fierce games. And we were there, and there were huge challenges. So we have a major legacy. It's important to talk about it, whilst we are experiencing yet another moment of immense crisis in the world with the Iran war. COP30 showed that even with such large country like the US with so much power leaving the Paris Agreement, for us in the leadership of COP30, there was a whole fear that other countries would also withdraw from the Paris Agreement, and the topic of climate would be somehow emptied for the companies and for the countries. And that was not what we saw at COP30. We actually saw, once again, the world, 195 countries speaking on climate change topic, which is permanent. And our reality is bit considering the changes that we experience, and even a country like the United States leaving, we are continuing on this agenda. And the feeling that the world is moving, obviously influenced by what's happening politically. I was talking to David that I've just come back from Houston. I've said a week. So the oil and gas energy companies gather, even there in the US, the heart of the United States, in the oil and gas companies. What I realized is that the determination of those companies to understanding that the climate change topic is a permanent one. It's already incorporated within the companies, and it is a topic in which sustainability, fighting climate change, and economic and innovation and economic growth and innovation come hand in hand. They're not separate agendas that can be handled in other departments. This cross-cutting feature of the topic is within the companies. I believe COP30 has this legacy. We focused very much on implementation. And when we move to implementation, looking at what is possible in terms of how we're going to fight methane at the end, the new energy matrices, that's how we materialize the climate topic. Specifically speaking of industries, Davi, I'd like to talk about two action agendas that made me very happy. We had 120, the Belém Declaration of Global Green Industry, launched by the Brazilian government with CNI and other players. We have UNIDO, over 35 countries. They are countries from the global south that provides this perception that the global south has realized that economic development, fighting climate change and sustainability is part of the same agenda. That symbolizes it. The second one is the Mission Possible partnership. Over 1,000 projects already financed that were there, that were brought at COP30, 134 projects debated there, that once again shows that this agenda, innovation, economic growth, and sustainability, and fighting climate change is already present. So the perception, and sometimes we read it on the papers, well, no, now companies or investors, they are not taking care of climate change because there is a war taking place. Obviously, we have to consider and see what is possible and needed to be done in the short term. But in terms of long term, I see that COP30 left this legacy, that those agendas are complementary: economic growth, implementation, and fighting climate change. And I'm very proud to know that there was a co-construction between public and private, right, Anna? We see great development in terms of regulations in Brazil. We have worked a lot, especially in the financing agenda. We started with sovereign bonds, with investments. I talked to Patricia at the break. We evolved to taxonomy. We have a debate on carbon intensity that needs to be more mature, and we have to avoid the greenhouse gas emissions. But this is an agenda that is national and also international. We move into more implementation. It's complex, more hard work, long term, that we need to understand how to do it, especially those sectors that are going to be regulated, so that we can be more assertive to define all the caps and all the commitments of the companies. Speaking of company, I'd like to invite Ana Costa to our conversation and ask her how she understood COP30, how Natura has been developed this work of legacy, of learnings. It's not only from COP30. This comes as a process that we mentioned previously, but Natura led one group during COP of bioeconomy. It contributed a lot in terms of recommendation. We received in total 162 cases of SB COP on an national level. I'd like to hear from her the viewpoint and what actually happened at COP30. Thank you, David. It's a pleasure to be here. Ana, Patricia, good afternoon, everyone. Natura is in the Amazon territory for over 25 years. When we had the pleasure of knowing that COP would be held in that territory. We thought, well, COP is going to conclude and we're going to stay there. We are in the territory more than Natura itself. The communities we have relations with are still there. Over 10,000 families, 56 communities. All of this is part of the company's business model. It's not a separate goal, something that we present in talks. It's much more than that. It's something lived in the business model whose product have ingredients coming from that territory. When we talked about COP, it was actually to give visibility to the people in the territory. Well, benefiting from the fact that that place was a showcase for the world, how can we give visibility to those social environmental challenges from the corporate standpoint? How to show that it is indeed possible to transform those social environmental challenges into business opportunities? Because I think this is what makes the whole difference. And COP brought that light. It shed light on the opportunities of that territory. And when we talk about opportunity, I read when I arrived here from CNI that is innovating, transforming, and competing. And increasingly more, as Anna said, things are systemic because complex problems need necessarily to have systemic solutions. So we always talk about social and environment. We always talked about diversity and sustainability. Now we put competitiveness there. So within this systemic view, and COP has shown there that it's shown that it is possible to do business in that territory through FB COP. That was a super initiative of CNI to have partnerships. We talk so much about collabs today. It's so cool to have collabs that are social, environmental in companies that have the same values that do believe that it is possible to have competitive environment through innovation and sustainability. So COP shed light on that and made companies to get together. So the greatest lessons have been the partnerships that were set up there. We had Natura, but we had Siemens along with Natura taking connectivity to the Amazon. We had Natura and Natura along with the very Nestle. We set up a partnership of coffee capsules or pods and things. But the time is short to be alone. It's no longer speaking of Natura, it's talking about systems, the other companies, partners, and communities that have this view. We don't have a patent. COP has shown that a lot. For this kind of thing, there is no patent, there is no exclusiveness. The more, the better. We saw the great hub. We had startups. The more, the better. The public power, private initiative together, Embrapa's work. I think that was the greatest legacy. How we can get everybody together to reach further. It cannot stop at COP, and it may continue. This is the legacy, and this is what we want to share here. Thank you, Anna. Patricia, we worked a lot together in 2025. Patricia also helped to structure SB COP, all the topics, all the articulation, interactions. It was joint work of CNI, other players of consulting firms, everyone that supported this initiative, that continues supporting. And I mentioned that COP is going to go and we're going to stay. And how do we stay? What about us from now on? This is a challenging question. Nobody knows about tomorrow with all this mess we're facing today, geopolitical, technological, and climate-wise. We have this intersection of the greatest changes that we have lived in this century, certainly, but I would even say in the past decades. I was this morning, I liked very much that Anna, Tony, both Annas brought this topic of systemic. First, I'd like to greet everyone here and say that it's very symbolic for us to have this debate at an innovation conference organized by May. I'm very happy to see a lot of women here. This is a great change, not only on stage, but also in the audience. We need to have increasing diversity in innovation. And to me, it's quite symbolic. We're going to celebrate 10 years. We're called Systemic. We were born after the Paris Agreement. The idea of the organization was to join a group of leaderships from the whole world from the private sector, multilateral, so we need to mobilize systems differently and start to gestate coalitions and movements towards this movement.
In this post-COP world, even post-pandemic, we see a radical change that we haven't processed all of it until now. I have just returned from Europe. I was there last week, and we seeing here, we understand how serious our situation is. There's a moment of war, and what we are living because of the war in Iran, it has never seen before. We have oil going above $100, and this happened overnight, 20% increase. So this is one of the pillars that we were in the COP have changed. And we are talking about the climate, technological, and geopolitical context, and this including energy safety, climate safety, and food safety. I believe that COP managed, and my admiration for you, Anna and Andrea, some things that are very symbolic to me. First, is not discuss only the climate. We discussed the economy, geopolitics, and Brazil pre-COP, I would say, so a few years before until now, is in a position of extreme respect to bring the multilateral debate to the arena is very a sign of respect. When we are working in Baku, we had some uncertainties. Are we being able to mobilize the $100 million? And then there is a cost of $300 million for the investments in the emerging countries concerning climate. What we managed to achieve in this COP was something fantastic. We tripled the resources. We are talking about $300 billion at the minimum. And the roadmap that you created from Baku to Belém is 1.3 trillion. And I am rescuing the history because sometimes we forget, and it's a great merit what you did. And we are not discussing it now. We are discussing only the how. And the other thing, David, that was your work here with CNI, with the presence of the President Obama. It was created a movement in COP, and it was created by Brazil, having Brazil as a leader. Today is totally international. Everywhere we go, we talk about big COP with a great level of respect. So what should we do from now on, thinking about the future? Some initiatives that started to be listed in this COP, I believe we need to support the presidency so that they can gain momentum. First is the negotiation that we saw. We are in a moment of multilateral organisms needing to strengthen trade. We will have a seminar tomorrow talking about the agreement of Europe and Mercosur, and we have a great opportunity of diversifying our exports, but we have to strengthen this agenda of green trade. And I mentioned one of the partnerships, one of the coalitions that was mentioned. Now it's independent, but Brazil embraced and implemented in the country the infrastructure accelerator that is with President Alckmin, where we have 16 projects that together represent more than $20 billion for the decarbonization of the Brazilian economy, but also to access international markets. We have projects of biofertilizers, one of the topic of great instability, also SAF, critical minerals. So we have an actual opportunity of translating this climate agenda to the economic agenda, increasing economic complexity of Brazil and generating job positions. And the last point that Anna, almost as an individual, was less less formal, but she helped us very much to bring an agenda to the COP that was the COP of people, who introduced this initiative that it's called Job and Skills for the New Economy. Exactly is present in this conundrum between artificial intelligence and climate, transforming big challenge in opportunity. In the introduction of the report, we can confirm today there is a threat, yes. AI brings many benefits, but 500 million people on all the world, especially in the white-collar traditional job position, will lose their occupation until 2030. And the price of green economy is this only in terms of resilience generates 280 million opportunities of job positions. So half of this is covered if we can invest and implement in practice one of the great objectives that was introduced in the COP. So as a citizen, as a technician, I left it very inspired, Anna, because I believe that in addition to the emergency work on climate, we brought a reality of economic resilience and human resilience that I had seen happen in other COPs. And I believe that our role is to help to take this forward and for the implementation in practical terms in the next years. I believe this topic is very important and goes through an institutional requalification. It's a work that, on one side, you show a perspective, and the profession that is most demanded in the future. And then you also include here the curricula for the schools that has to be considered in this point. You mentioned geopolitics and economic context currently. Anna also mentioned about Ceroip in the industry of oil and gas, but asking Anna in terms of trading. Now today we talk about CIMAPI. What's your opinion in this context of an opportunity for Brazil in terms of competition when we work with more efficiency concerning the lifespan with more sustainable products, either fuels or other products with the proper use of waste? What is the advantage of developing a product or a service with these criteria, with this quality, when you take it to the international market? Is it necessary to take any kind of measure to produce the national arena? Or in terms of opportunity, what's your opinion? How can we be more competitive? So much to comment, but I wanted to mention one thing that Patricia said, people, right? Because we worked a lot to bring this to the agenda of COP30. Brazil is not going to be modernized, neither in innovation or sustainability, if we don't match technical transformation of our youth with this. So it's an important topic, and we have transition plans to the industry, to transportation, to agriculture, but not for people. So this is a topic that for all of us is very important. But I'm still a little bit sad that we weren't able to bring this strong agenda as we should, both internationally and domestically, because we will still remain COP30 for another 9 months, and we still have some chance of including this in terms of importance on the minds of our future colleagues in Australia. But we advanced a lot in this debate. This is a topic that the developing countries were bringing to the negotiation for years without any opening for the area of negotiation, because there is a topic in negotiation, which is if you are imposing conditionalities to trade that are greenwash. It's not green protectionism, and it's not something that will help with the climate. This was an agenda that never moved on. We never were able to discuss in terms of trade and change in regulation that is necessary to favor climate change compared an undue protection. This is a topic that never moved, always was stagnant. And for the first time in COP30, we managed in this decision of working together to place a dialogue in climate and trade so that we can separate wheat from chaff. This never happened for more than 10 years. And so I am very happy that we were able to do that. When we were able to create in the agenda of action an open coalition of climate and trade that can be in the negotiation, but there are things that have to be debated by the private sector, by the subnational governments, where we didn't have a forum to debate either, in a way with less passion, so as to speak, because when the imposition of a CBAM comes, then we are always reactive. So we have these two fora now that are moving and very happy in both forum, and we don't see the possibility of bringing the rationality. Trade is an essential economic instrument. It has to be well placed, and the way where it have to be place a lot of emphasis is on carbon accounting. What is the standardization? What is the carbon footprint when we compare our products and the products coming from abroad? How can we reflect the national production, not only international, with metrics that are imposed to all the countries? So we placed a lot of emphasis in the carbon accounting as a topic that we have analyzed in our energy matrix, in our input, so that this accounting can help. And so now we have all the instruments not only to defend ourselves, but also to be proactive, because Brazil is one of the most competitive countries when we are talking about carbon footprint. But for this, we need the right targets, and we do not need to be in the defensive. We can use trade to promote Brazilian products with low carbon footprint. We have to confirm, we have to ensure that this will be done in the right way. And our CBAM already started. Everybody is more or less running after. And I was talking with Adik. We worked a lot before when she was in the center, and about trade. Anna mentioned this also. We have to analyze more this international laws of trade, and we have to decide what we want. Don't be so reactive. How can we value the products in bioeconomy and in industry that are good for Brazil and that have space in the international arena? And the world is moving towards this. I'm sure that this topic, trade and climate, will grow in the world. So it's good that we move further in this aspect. Several perspectives, several opportunities. We are talking about carbon accounting, but a certainty that we have with the approval of the law of the carbon market, most of the companies will have to develop their inventories, will have to work on their mitigation plan. They will need to know how much carbon they have per product. And this will be a very positive factor when you compare 1 ton of Brazilian steel with 1 ton of international steel. And just like many other products in our agenda for exports. So it can be a factor of differentiation, especially in moments of trade agreements. And now, Ana Costa, many ask, because in this geopolitical context of wars, of energy efficiency, and the struggle for territory, there are several impacts So, and when my question is, sustainability loses strength in the corporate environment, or is it really well ingrained in how you make this matching with the help of innovation and how you see the next steps, and if this topic is a topic of the moment or it came to work with the agenda of competition? A good question. I believe sustainability, as I said, when it is in the business, in the company, in the rituals of governance. Governance for me is the word that directs all this journey. If you don't have governance, you don't have culture. If it doesn't is part of this, then competition is the first point. We cannot become competitive without innovation, and this innovation is a renewal that we always say it's systemic and regenerative. We talk about regenerative innovation. So, how can I innovate to include and transcend in a collaborative form, bringing more people, more stakeholders in what is important, and placing sustainability in the heart of the company? In Natura, it was born like this, so it's very easy to say. Natura was born sustainable, and its business depends 100% in the success of that community that is in the Amazon of the product. Talking about innovation, I like to tell about a case that I fell in love with, which is of the alcoba. We have a tree in the Amazon, and we get the fruit of alcoba. And with investment of years, many years, we discovered that it has a moisturizing property. Before all this research with technology, with science, nothing is done without science, investment, innovation. This tree was used for broomsticks with no value added, with a very little value for those people that lived in the forest. And after many, many years with this innovation, we discovered that yes, it can be turned into a product and became a new line of products with this moisturizing property. This comes from innovation, and innovation arises when we have this common dream of placing sustainability in the business and only like a separate target. That's why I say it's not a trend. This innovation has to continue because you cannot be sustainable if you don't bring this DNA of innovation, of questioning, and how to do together. Individual innovation is losing its strength. That's why I talk about systemic innovation. And recently we saw this with biomethane. I cannot do it alone. So Ultragaz, let's go together and let's make all Natura fleet to have biomethane and not a fossil fuel. This is common. So let's place it in plant to be systemic, not only on the fleet, but on the plants. We did this together with partners. The mechanisms of financing, you have to innovate because it's not shelf product anymore. So how can you innovate blended finance, bring other partners to generate a mechanism to meet the needs of who is in the front, especially the credit needed by those in the front? So for all the visions that you can have, you need partnerships, and you need to do this in a systemic way. Since innovation, and how does it arrive at the front? From the company to the business, you go through finance, through public policies, through entrepreneurism, through industries, plans to arrive where the community is, where you have to put together social and environmental. Without this, innovation does not stand. So answering your question, yes, innovation, sustainability, diversity, this generates competition. Otherwise, we won't arrive where we want in 2030, 2050 to meet the targets. Cannot be only targets, but also dreams. And now we have a sustainability thing. We have image impacts. We have national regulatory framework. You have financing. It's not more only competitive, but I would like to understand your vision concerning the consumer. Does the consumer have a proof of a fuel, of products built with more rigid criteria? What is your vision about this in the radar? Try to share with us how the consumer is behaving today in terms of these requisites. Is it only price, not only price? How we take these factors into account?
This is a super question. This is what we discuss always. Once again, how to generate competition as a brand attribute. Increasingly more consumers, new generations, especially conscious consumption as to how you generate that. It's not greenwashing. So you must be consistent and coherent. This is actually considered by consumers. This is yet another competitive element that we increasingly seek. There is a super important factor here. It's communication, how you translate everything that is done to consumer. This is a super challenge, but this is what makes a difference. And this is what generates competitiveness. It's indeed a brand attribute. Consumers are paying attention to that. And consumers are paying attention to something greater, coherence. Does the company walk the talk? There are several studies that show that the greatest reliability factor of the population are companies, much more than other institutions. So this trust must be materialized into action and product. This is what generates reputation. Another attribute of trust, innovation that generates competitiveness. More systemic than this, impossible. Patricia, when we make an assessment of national public policies, especially in this area of the environment and sustainability, we notice one of the sides of the coin that is stronger regulation, inspection, but we notice a change. I'll bring some examples shortly. It's a change of investing more in the part of economic incentives. We had low carbon hydrogen, so we had some tax credits, tax exemption. More recently, we had on Tuesday the approval of the recycling project or a bill bringing some exemption of certain taxes and tax credit precisely to encourage the use of recycled materials that is more expensive than raw materials. And how do you see that? Economic incentive can be a determining factor so that we can encourage this transition towards a decarbonization agenda. How do you see this? Tapping into your experience and the core role of the government in this agenda. Thank you, Davi. I think the economic incentive is key. It's important not only in Brazil, but worldwide, historically. This whole transition to low carbon economy. In the Brazilian case, we inspired a lot in the European model, which was based on regulation. I hear Anna's story with Natura. I think the Natura case is quite emblematic, reminding you that it's not local, it's global. Of the 10 companies that are best evaluated in the world in terms of sustainability, Natura is amongst the 10, along with Patagonia. It's an impressive case. You should always remember that. The Natura case is a company that I have two teenager daughters. They're becoming teenagers, they're 11, they're learning how to speak Portuguese again. We must more companies that taste like or Natura flavor. I'll adopt that. The Natura, the name came up a long time ago when nobody thought about that. Nobody valued the natural asset. It's got great merit that it's still strong as a great example in Brazil and in the world. It's an exception. The history started through cost reduction, market access, regulation, etc. What made sustainability to become a department in companies filled with regulatory issues, accounting, etc. First thing you do is open a sustainability committee, a department, and you put all the problems to be managed there. So we have an extreme sustainability as a strategy, and the other one as a huge issue that nobody wants to even look at. What is in the halfway? It's the opportunity pathway. Today we still have survival because of the global conditions that we have. So that's how incentives help. They give an additional push. What was the great merit to the Brazilian government? As to what happens in the world today, China followed the opportunity pathway. China is leading technology of clean energy, all the part of renewable energy, solar, data centers, etc. And we see an example as a strategy. I'll give you an example to you that you're going to be surprised. It's Vietnam. Vietnam put nature in the core of the strategy, encouraged companies. It went through global productive chains, added value, export on nature-based products, and they did a lot of technology work as well. They combined both, and they took a leap. When we started this work 3 years ago, Brazil, in terms of economic complexity, was between Malaysia and India. Vietnam surpassed everyone. It's along with India. We improved exports of commodity, but we needed the incentive to speed up value added in the low carbon productive chains. What has been done in addition to incentives by policy, by sector, put resources in the streets guided to those areas to reduce the risk, both local and international. Which risks? A typical investor always thought about Brazil like that. They asked for the reduction in the foreign exchange rate risk and capital costs. When you see the example of Eco Invest, putting a merchant bank with resources like PCA +1 plus debt, then equity put in the bank that is going to put the money in the streets to invest via asset managers or via large projects in all the areas we've mentioned here, critical minerals to bioeconomy. This is quite unprecedented. We had the first auction of Eco Invest for degraded land, 1 and 2, and also decarbonization of the economy. The third was equity, bringing direct investment to increase the capital company. The fourth was the bioeconomy. The fifth one will be for technology and innovation to help not only our coming into an area of low carbon economy and starting to export. Let me give you an example of ore. Most part of our, iron ore is produced in Oman and goes to China. We have to produce green steel here and export as much as possible because you add maximum value to the product, generate employment, the people strategy that Anna reminded us of, and create another export model, exporting sophistication, complexity, leaving value, and value-added employment in Brazil. With that, we can double economic growth. This is the only path. And we actually need, I go back with the joke in the beginning, we need the Natura flavor companies. If we don't start seeing this opportunity, and the politics have kind of hindered us. Today, I have problems with companies that seek us to reposition themselves. They cannot use the word sustainability, ESG, otherwise they don't get funds from some countries, especially from the US, as Anna said. And we said, okay, let's focus on the business strategy. It's been good because it gives greater clarity. What's your strategy? I'm a biofuel company. Let's make it clear. What's your competitive advantage to the world? What area of biofuel are you going to come in? I produce battery cells, and I'm going to export to this area. It's okay. You don't need to use the word sustainability. And I just think that we cannot run the risk of thinking that sustainability is a cost. Today, sustainability is a business opportunity. It's a resilience of strategy of economics and human, and also for growth, especially in the case of Brazil. And I've seen a lot of managers that were fearful, giving up, postponing investments, and withdrawing areas because of this issue of the politicking of the business sector that has been unprecedented in the recent years. We, as private managers, we have to leave this politicking, and it's a responsibility of survival of businesses. Brazil is in a very privileged position today, but we must reduce the politicking in this agenda, show that sustainability is not cost, and actually capture resources in Eco Invest, 160 million reais in the streets, auctions 2 and 4. We have not collected everything. We need projects now. Turning over to Anatolia, you put lastly the amount of resources available, the amount you've mentioned. Obviously, we have other sources of resources, both national and international. We have the climate fund that allows a lot, but what we notice is that there is a difficulty to use such funds. I'd like Anna to go over those points, because what would be the difficulty of drafting good projects or not? What is the difficulty of, fundraising rates, etc.? What are the barriers towards the use of those funds that should be more competitive? Of course, this is an agenda that has been a lot discussed during COP, how to improve communications, and Acosta mentioned this as well. I don't know if we are communicating this well as well, not only nationally and also internationally during COPs and as a result of negotiations. I'd like you to delve into this agenda and showing your view regarding the certain difficulties. Davi, I think we're doing very well. Of course, we have certain challenges. Of course, this is a very recent agenda in terms of the productive sector, working with the government to actually take off. Trisha mentioned some of the economic instruments. We have Eco-Invest, Climate Fund, there was 400 million, now it's 27 billion. We unlocked the carbon market taxonomy. We already had the Amazon Fund. So there are barriers, a nib. So first economic instruments that we have that have been unlocked, and then we have this political signaling. We finalized the climate plan per sector with specific goals for each one, try to calculate what kind of investments. It takes a while for all of this to be absorbed. We have the Brazil platforms, BIP at BNDES. It takes a while for everything to be absorbed at a time where we were somewhat lucky because Brazil was leading G20, and then we had BRICS, and then we had COP30, the agenda that shows that it is an agenda of repositioning Brazil as a social environmental power, and that is also competitive. All of this happened quite recently. It's quite recent. So I think those instruments we are able to finance in the co-invest auctions. Well, we have billions being negotiated. So we have this hype of the environmental topic. This is a great timing because companies are actually saying, what really makes me more competitive? What is the desirable, the dream, vis-a-vis what I can bring to my company? It's biofuel for my fleet. Is it new products, new innovations? Well, it takes a while for everything to be absorbed or taken in. We are on the great path. Brazil has brought this agenda. I'm a real environmentalist. Well, there was a bit of a hype. Everybody is speaking of sustainability as if it would solve all our problems overnight. Much on the contrary, everyone here knows it takes hard work. We need to see whether the innovations we're proposing will actually work, if the economic instruments are going to work or not, and if they will, if they need to be changed. So this is what we're doing. What is very important is public-private partnerships for us to debate in each one of those stages, be it climate plan, economic instruments, so that this sustainability agenda is not a fad. Climate change, unfortunately, will not end tomorrow. It will worsen. The adaptation agenda will have to be absorbed by companies as well. It's not just opportunity, there will be cost. Companies realize the risk of climate change in their own businesses. This maturing of the debate has to be done in a smooth and calm way, not thinking it's going to be, trick of magic and tomorrow everything will be fine. Brazil has an incredible opportunity now with so much global instability. Now, I was just now with somebody from China that told me, look, Now, in China, over there, the Chinese companies are saying, thank goodness for their energy independence, that China, with over 40% of its energy coming from renewable sources here in Brazil, well, we are enjoying this privilege. We have been for a long time, and we have to see what we want, what we believe are our comparative advantages, and turning them into competitive, to turn comparative advantages into competitive ones. It's hard work, difficult choices. Is the day after day of decisions of every company. This has to be taken by each one of us. So I am very reassured in my heart, knowing we are on the right track. We cannot lose track. There's a lot of noise, one side and the other. Every company making their choices and working with the government, be it for incentives, but more than the incentives, is regulatory certainty and security and a vision as well, so that every 4 years we don't have to change everything. So once we provide this confidence or the certainty, security that we want in public and private, this is what we want. We have this agenda. Brazil is seen as the mecca of sustainability, but we have to bring that to competitiveness of our companies. Excellent. Adding to this regulatory part, last year we had the approval of the fuel of the future, and it brought several fronts: SAF, biogas, biomethane, increase of percentage of ethanol in gasoline, several products, so to speak, that could pave the way in this avenue of fuels. And Acosta talked about biogas and biomethane. I'd like to understand whether, in your view, you have space for the third way to have some room for the Natura businesses. Yes, before I answer, I love your speech of the Natura flavor. I don't want to be an exception, that we can increasingly more bring Naturas. That's why I mentioned the names of several partners, because only then will no longer be an exception, increasingly more be reality. This is the great challenge. How you scale, how you start. We started with a partnership thinking about the fleet, which was something usual. And along with that, how we generate resilience. We cannot generate resilience with no innovation. Let's get to the plant as well. Let's put it there with the Cajamar plant in the state of São Paulo. Today, almost 50% of the plant is served by biomethane. In Mexico as well, we were able to take this move of innovating the industry at the plant. So it is indeed possible. And the idea is to scale it up or escalonate it. So 80% of the fleet serving São Paulo, we want to escalate that with partners throughout Brazil and abroad, showing it's possible. Of course, you have cost. It's just everything Patricia mentioned, it happens. But when we know that the pathway that we've taken, we cannot take back, and when we trust and we strongly believe that sustainability is innovation and resilience driver, and also adaptation, this is increasingly more possible. Another point that I think it will be more evident when we talk about recently, we adopted, and we were early adopters as one, as two. Yeah, ESG, increasingly more. Speaking of biomethane investment and of course, speaking of how much we have to do in this part of climate, giving visibility of that, of positive externalities and negative ones transparently. This increasingly more will be visible biomethane that will escalate to other operations in other industries as well. And adding, Patricia, cost has been mentioned many times, and I mentioned it a couple of times today, considering everything that we've talked about, context, the geopolitical context, difficulties of agendas, the economic context or the situation. Is it better to have a cleaner industry or a more efficient one in terms of cost? Both move hand in hand. I'm going to be brief in this one because I've learned a lot in the past years at Systemic. I have several leaders I admire a lot there, but there are two And our board, I have the honor of being part of the global board in Brazil. They take it very seriously. Today, one of the board members, the Andrew Hoffman, co-chair of the World Economic Forum, one of the greatest investors in nature projects of the La Roche family, and he dedicates 100% of his life to this. And the other two, Paul Pullman and Nick Stern. Paul with Unilever, one of the 10 brands on sustainability, and Nick is one of the greatest economists. He's just launched a book called Green Growth. The phrase he brings, the phrases both together, to me, summarizes a good answer to your question. One is the cost of inaction is much higher than any action. You can actually do the math and you will prove that. Anna has inspired us. He gave us the freedom to write a report calculating the return on investment or resilience. Well, we drafted a report called Resilience Return. So I urge you to read it. We are in a scenario of adaptation. We have to understand this, our responsibility, not only to ourselves, but with our children, our grandchildren. Any action that we do not take now, they will not have any chance of correcting the root afterwards. This sense of responsibility is huge, and it's there. So it shows that every dollar invested, at least $4 of economic return, 25% of return a year, and $10 goes to 10 an intangible return in quality of life, lives that are not cut. So we show by industry, by area. This is very clear. The other part that is a bit of what Paul brings in the book, net positive. We need to create an economy that is positive, not only to businesses, but also to people, but to nature as well. And this economy is prosperous. It yields return, and it goes through increasing the overlife of industrial process. In Brazil, we deindustrialize too early. So this investment now is our chance of expanding industry again. As you see at ANEB and the ecologic transformation, what do they have in common? These industries that are growing the most, that add the GDP the most, and with economic possibilities or inputs to us, it's easier to answer the question. In our case, cost is investment, opportunity, and the cost of lack of action is much or infinitely higher. And what is a challenge? We have to change return, short-term return to mid-long-term return. And if we forget, if you're pressured by the balance sheet, the yearly bonus, go back home, look in the eyes of your children, your grandchildren, and see whether you're going to be proud on the decision that you made the day, because this math will be up to them.
So thank you, Patricia. We are coming to the end of our panel. Let's do a very quick round because we are short in time, but we'll leave you some information. SB Corp is last year we joined the Marrakesh Partnership, and we were able to work very connected with the agenda of action, and Antonio worked with us, and the idea is to have this convergence strengthen and more we create the SB Corp International. It will be working 3 or 4 topics on major lines, but certainly there is an urgency and need, but very well established in several sectors, just like the part of SAF, critical minerals, the data centers, energy transition, carbon market. These are topics that we consider urgent and are cross-cutting. We will maintain this as the unlocking of national systematic. If we're going to talk about Article 6, we also will talk about the implementation of SBPE in Brazil. And also we're going to develop, considering the same modeling in paying to the SB Corp, which is the local one, focused and coordinated together with Australia and Turkey, and based on the 8 topics that were tackled on the SB Corp. The idea is to have a mirror of the COP action agenda so that we can maintain the convergency. So we have 3 minutes, 30 seconds so that each one can make your final considerations, and we close our panel, starting with Anatoni. Well, first, to thank you. It's fantastic to be here in this meeting of renovation and innovation, and we cannot change without being aware of the impact that we have in the environment, or when we don't know how vulnerable we are. So my last message is data transparency, this accounting of carbon or resilience that each company is doing. We can do it better to discuss and see, even for small steps, to see that and understand that the price of inaction is too big. So please, regret for trying and not for not trying. It was a pleasure to be here, Patricia, and a pleasure to hear what you had to say. And my message is don't go back. Let's be bold to innovate and think this in a broad scale, in a systemic scale. We talk a lot about purpose and we need purpose, but the purpose without action, it is lost of time, and time is something we cannot lose anymore. So let's leave this place like this, thinking on the action, the legacy, either for the COP, for our companies in the CPF, in the CNPJ, so that we can make a difference for our children and grandchildren. Just thank you all. It's a long time that I have been to a panel like this, and it's easy to compliment the figures. So thank you, Anna. You talk about the coherence, what they did now with the Avon case to correct recurs courage is not easy. Anna, no words for your participation in the COP. We travel. It's nice to hear compliments. Anna did a very good job. I traveled in the beginning of the year. Everywhere I went, people mentioned the COP, and we are curious. And I already mentioned the COP here, David, but I saw what you did. It was incredible. And my request is that in Turkey, we deliver what Anna did here, put people in the core, and also to integrate this geopolitical transition and the part of AI together with this people agenda so that we can include this as a target for the industry. Could be a very nice challenge. Certainly next year we will be talking about this. I would like to thank also that we are talking about people, the importance of people, and the team that worked so that we could make the discussions and debates feasible. And thank also the audience and you at home that are present in our debate, in our discussions. And I close our panel. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos as nossas painelistas que
We thank our panel members, what our responsibility here, and to the V for being the mediator of the panel. Now we have our official picture.
Obrigada mais uma vez.
Thank you once again. Well, we continue now with our program, and we will have our so expected National Award of Innovation. This award that recognizes companies that transform knowledge in results, innovation in competition. And we will start in a few moments, just a few minutes. So I ask you all to take your seats so that we can start with so much ado. Right after the ceremony, we will have a cocktail party. It will be served here in the lounge. You are all invited. So just the time to organize the stage, and we will then start. See you shortly.
Essa energia é a gente que faz.
Sabia que a Petrobras é quem mais investe em transição energética no Brasil?
Não é à toa que é a empresa mais inovadora do nosso país.
A Petrobras é líder na transição energética justa. Justa para todos, justa para você.
Petrobras.